AFRS Sports Reel. Greetings, sports fans. It's another thrill-packed quarter hour of the AFRS Sports Reel coming your way. Top-flight stories about events and personalities in the sporting world, brought to you by America's A Sports Authority. With us today are Bill Stern and Bill Brandt. To start this session off, we'll hear from Bill Stern. Bill has a story about one of the greatest of big-time polo players. It's the legend of Tommy Hitchcock.
Tommy Hitchcock was born of rich parents. He was a millionaire's son. And yet at the age of 17, during the last World War, Tommy Hitchcock ran away and enlisted in the French Air Corps. He shot down 2 German planes before he himself was shot down and captured by the Germans. It mattered not to the Germans that Tommy Hitchcock came from one of America's wealthiest families. All they knew was that he was a prisoner of war. That is, he was a prisoner of war until one day he managed to escape. And for 5 days and 5 nights, 17-year-old Tommy Hitchcock roamed around the German countryside. He knew that if he'd be caught, he'd be shot. On the night of the 5th day, he managed to reach the Swiss border. Ahead of him lay safety, if he could get over that border. But there was a German soldier standing guard. Young Tommy Hitchcock waited until that German sentry's back was turned, and then the American lad started forward, hoping, praying that the German sentry would not look around. But the German sentry did look around, and he shouted, "Halt and see!" Tommy Hitchcock stopped, frozen in his tracks. The German sentry looked at the American boy. Their eyes met, and then a strange thing happened. The German soldier lowered his gun and reputedly said,
"You're an American, eh? Well, I'm going to let you escape. Oh, don't look so surprised. I once lived in America, but I made the mistake of coming back to Germany. I'm sick of this war. Someday I shall get back to America. Then I'm no longer in this German army."
But there's no way I can thank you for this now. But after the war is over, if you do get to America, look me up. My name's Hitchcock. Tommy Hitchcock.
And my name is Hans Schiller. I will look you up. And good luck.
Tommy Hitchcock crossed that border into Switzerland. He was safe. Safe to come back to America. Safe to become the greatest polo player in the United States, which he remained for 25 years. Until in 1939, the Second World War broke out. And once again, Tommy Hitchcock sailed for England. This time, he joined the Royal Air Force. In England, just before the end of the war, according to the story, Tommy Hitchcock one day was reviewing some refugees who'd escaped from Germany. One face in that crowd of refugees made Tommy stop. He knew somewhere he'd seen that face before. Tommy Hitchcock called the man over to him.
I don't know your name, but I've seen your face somewhere before. Who are you?
I am a refugee who escaped from Germany. My name is Schiller. Hans Schiller.
Schiller? Hans Schiller? I once knew a Hans Schiller. How old are you?
22, sir. Maybe you knew my father. His name was Hans Schiller, too. He is the reason I escaped from Germany.
What do you mean?
Well, you see, sir, my father never believed in war. And once in the First World War, he let an American escape into Switzerland. The Germans killed him for that. They shot him. I've hated Germany ever since. So I waited my chance and escaped.
I understand, son. I was that American your father let escape. Funny that we should meet like this.
Tommy Hitchcock kept track of young Hans Schiller, kept track of him after that, until one day, Tommy was shocked to hear that young Hans Schiller had died. Immediately when Tommy heard the bad news, he borrowed a plane to fly to the place where Hans Schiller had died. But Tommy Hitchcock never got there, for it was on this very flight that his plane crashed, and Tommy Hitchcock joined his friend in death. Strange, isn't it, that Tommy Hitchcock and Hans Schiller should both die on the same day. And yet it's even stranger that Hans Schiller should be the reason for Tommy Hitchcock's dying. For Hans Schiller's father was the reason for Tommy Hitchcock's living.
Thank you, Bill Stern. That was certainly a remarkable story. Before we hear from Bill Brandt with one of his once-in-a-lifetime yarns, I'd like to tell you about a World Series game of a few years back. When it comes to picking the most thrilling World Series game of all time, every fan has his own choice, and few agree. But if you want a series packed with thrills from start to finish, let's go back to the Fall Classic of 1934, the year that a couple of brothers mopped up the Detroit Tigers. You've probably guessed that those brothers were the Dean boys, Dizzy and Paul. That year, the St. Louis Cardinals had a great bunch of ball players, but the main strength of that great team was vested in the pitching Dean brothers. Together, they had accounted for no less than 49 of the Cardinals' victories during the 34 season. Dizzy had turned out 30 pitching performances, and Paul had won 19. The Cards put their hopes on Dizzy in the opening game of the series, and old Diz came through with an 8-3 triumph over the Tigers, scoring a pair of runs himself. The Cards lost the second game 3-2, and the third was played at Sportsman's Park in St. Louis. The Tigers again faced the Dean. This time it was Paul, and he put the Cards out in the lead with a 4-1 victory. The Tigers threw the Classic into a deadlock, winning the fourth game 10-4. Manager Frisch counted on his star, the elder Dean brother, to put the Cards back in the lead, but the St. Louis batters had an off day, and Diz suffered a 3-1 setback. That set the Tigers out in front 3-2, and things began to look bad for the Cards. But in the sixth game, the younger Dean was ready. The game seesawed back and forth. The count was tied on several occasions, but Paul Dean posted his second series win as the St. Louis team won 4-3. Once again, the Cards and Tigers were tied. Each had won 3 games. That seventh game was all important. Everyone wondered just who the Cards would pitch. The Dean brothers seemed to be their only chance of stopping the Tigers. Together, they'd accounted for all 3 Cardinal victories. Frankie Frisch must have had a hunch, for he walked up to the older Dean brother and said, "How's the arm feel, Dizzy?" Dizzy replied, "Never felt better. You just say the word and I'll beat the daylights out of him." That was music to Frisch's ears. "Okay, Dizzy, you're pitching, and we're counting on you to win." Well, Dizzy Dean was in his element that day. He made good his boast, and he did beat the daylights out of him. There were only 6 Detroit hits in all. At the same time, the Cardinal batters were working overtime. They put across 7 runs in the third inning, added a pair in the sixth, and 2 more in the seventh. When the game ended, the St. Louis Cardinals had won the World's Championship, and Dizzy Dean had pitched a shutout ball game for his second victory in the series. To make his performance even more remarkable, the great Dizzy himself contributed a pair of hits and a run. And, brother, for our money, that was the greatest series of them all, when a couple of pitching brothers teamed up to win 4 games and the World's Championship for St. Louis. And now let's focus our sports reel camera on Bobby Jones and his remarkable Grand Slam of 1930.
It will take long years before any amateur tournament catches up with 1930. That's the one and only. That one may stand alone forever. Because 1930 was the year of the Emperor Jones. The U.S. amateur was the crowning peak of his march of conquest, the greatest in golf history. And it's his farewell to amateur golf. He said it with the loudest guns and the brightest fireworks in all the annals of the royal and ancient game. Here in 1930, it's the end of a trail that started back in 1911. The city of Atlanta, Georgia, holds a junior golf tournament. The winner, Robert Tyre Jones, Jr., aged 9, a primary school kid, but he soon graduates to the grown-ups. 5 years later, in 1916, he's Georgia's 14-year-old state champion. He plays in the U.S. Amateur at Marion, near Philadelphia, goes all the way to the semifinals. 1917, he's Southern Amateur champion, and after that, year after year, he's some kind of a champion somewhere, every year right up to 1930. And this is the year he's champion everywhere. Now it's May 1930 at St. Andrews in Scotland, the British Amateur. The winner, Jones. Now it's June, the British Open at Hoylake. The winner, Jones. He's already won this one twice, 1926 and 27. But 1930 is his first parlay of both major British titles. Now comes the United States Open at Interlaken, Minneapolis. It's July. Here's the heavy artillery of the world's greatest pros. The winner, the defending champion, Bobby Jones. Yes, he won this one last year, 1929. Also 23 and 26. Well, that ought to be about enough for one man in 1 year. No, here's the United States Amateur coming up. And now champion Jones is up against the law of averages, the law of tension, the strain of combat, and the breaks of the game. A lot of this will be match play. Just a little let down and you're knocked out. Let's see how Jones reacts. Nervous. Here we are at Marion, just outside of Philadelphia. Here's where Jones played in his first U.S. Amateur back in 1916. Now it's September 22nd, 1930. First day of a two-day qualifying round. Jones shoots a neat 69 right on top. Next year's 73 clinches the medal. Now the skeptics shake their heads. The old medalist jinx, you know. Extra pressure, medalists hardly ever win. The first two matches are 18 holes. Sudden death matches with a high mortality rate for favorites. Got to be on your game all the way. One slip and you're licked. No chance to rally, not enough time. And for the first match, Jones draws C. Ross Somerville, the dark horse from Canada, the toughest man on the list, right here at the start. The winner, Jones, 5-4. Now a bite of lunch, then another Canadian star, G.G. Hoblitzel. The winner, Jones, same score, 5-4. Well, this gets Bobby past the worst part. The rest is a string of 36-hole matches. In the quarterfinals, Jones takes Fay Coleman of Los Angeles, 6-5. Now Jess Sweetser, New York, that's 9-8. And now here comes the finals. Just one more step, and it's all-time fame. Who's the final obstacle? Eugene Homans of Englewood, New Jersey, a great competitor. He's a fighter all the way. Look, yesterday, in the middle of the semifinal, Gene Homans was 5 down to Charlie Seaver of Los Angeles. 5 down after 18 holes. Yet Gene rallies, and he wins. Holman had what it takes yesterday. And here he is, lined up against Jones, 4-time amateur champion already, but never with this much pressure on him at the last step. Today it's a high wind, trouble. They tee off with a gallery of 18,000 along the fairways. More pressure. Jones wins the first hole with a 4 to Holman's 5. On that long-distance second, the wind baffles both of them. It's 6-6, a half. Jones is 3 over par for the first 7 holes, but now he settles down. He clicks off the next 11 holes in 1 under par. And at lunch, after 18 holes, Jones is leading, 7 up. But don't sell Gene Holman short. Remember yesterday, the comeback, the rally? Jones remembers, and here we go on the afternoon round. Holman's matches Jones stroke for stroke. The 19th, a half. The 20th, a half. Yes, sir, this Holman's has plenty of fight left. And here's the 21st. The third at Marion's a tricky par 3, a one-shotter. The wind catches hold of both tee shots, carries both balls to the left of the green. Holman's ball is on the green turf with an open gateway to the pin. But Jones is in trouble. Sand. His ball is deep. This might be the break, the springboard for a Holman's rally. Bobby gets set for an explosion shot. The gallery's silent, tense. Here's the swing. A cloud of sand comes up like a giant mushroom. You can't see Jones, but look, the ball. It plops out of the sand cloud like a solitary hailstone, and plunk, it hits the green and holds. Gosh, stops right on the edge of the cup. Almost rolls in for a birdie, too. There's a sudden burst of applause from the gallery. What a shot. Yes, it's a master's play in a pinch. It's the clincher. Holman's is a fighter, but this is too much. Gene slaps his ball 6 feet beyond the cup. He misses the putt coming back. That makes Jones 8 up. From here on, it's anticlimactic. The winner, Jones, 8-7.
Yes, September 27th, 1930 was certainly a once-in-a-lifetime for Georgia's Bobby Jones. That's all we have for today, sports fans. We'll return soon with another colorful, action-packed 15 minutes of sporting stories. Then, once again, you'll hear the familiar call of AFRS Sports Reel. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education. AFRS Sports Reel. It's another colorful session of the AFRS Sports Reel with those top sports commentators Bill Stern and Bill Brandt, coming your way with camera angles of highlights and sidelights from the sports parade. First up, here's Bill Stern with some interesting yarns about the sport of tennis.
Not so long ago, there was a youngster out of Rhode Island who was a great tennis player. So great that he won tournament after tournament. He was invited to play in the national championships, but he didn't do it. Instead, he became a movie star, for his name was Van Johnson. But speaking of fine tennis players, about 12 years ago, a young girl gave promise of becoming a great player when suddenly she was taken deathly sick. Doctors told her she'd never play tennis again, and for months she lay in a hospital bed with no hope of recovery. One day, there was a knock on her hospital room door, and a strange lady walked in. The sick young girl looked up as the stranger began to speak.
You don't know me, but I know who you are. I followed your tennis career. You were on your way to being a champion. But now doctors tell you you'll never play tennis again. Don't believe them. Once I, too, was in a hospital, and doctors told me my career was finished. But I proved those doctors were wrong. And you can do the same thing if you will. It's all up to you.
The sick girl took the stranger's advice. And in 1 year, that sick girl who'd been told she'd never play tennis again was the tennis champion of the United States. For her name was Alice Marble. That's the story of Alice Marble, one of America's greatest tennis champions, who had never have been a champion, but for the kindly lady who once visited her in the hospital and gave her some advice. Maybe you'd like to know who that lady was. That lady who visited Alice Marble in that hospital and made her a champion. That lady was the famous movie star Carole Lombard. But I could tell you an even stranger story of a tennis player. The story of a boy who was too poor to play tennis, but he loved the game. And he vowed that money or no money, someday he'd be a great tennis player. He made that vow come true. For at the age of 13, reputedly, he won the junior tennis championship of the state of California. Today, nobody remembers him as a great tennis player. He's far better known now as a great actor. His name is Mickey Rooney. But perhaps the strangest story of all is the legend of how tennis began. For it's the story of a young girl who lived many years ago. She lived in Europe. As she grew up, she visited the priests and monks in a nearby monastery. In this monastery, this young girl noticed that these religious people, in their leisure time, occupied themselves with a strange new game. A game she'd never seen before. A game she found out was called tennis. A game no one in her country had ever seen outside of that monastery. However, because she liked this new game of tennis, she decided to take it outside the monastery and to teach it to others. And she did. For according to the story, she traveled from one province to another, trying to make the game of tennis popular. And she might have succeeded if suddenly she was thrown in jail. Thrown in jail for teaching people to play tennis. And they only let her out of jail when she agreed never to play tennis again, or to try and teach it to others. And to be sure that she kept her word, the king passed a special law making tennis illegal. And tennis remained illegal for 240 years. And that's the legend of a young girl who reputedly introduced the sport of tennis. And yet it's not because this girl did introduce the sport of tennis that her memory lives on. No, she can never be forgotten because later she was to become far more famous as the savior of her country. For it was she who was to lead her people in the march that was to free France. For her name was Joan of Arc.
Thanks for that great yarn, Bill Stern. Before we hear from Bill Brandt, I'd like to tell you about the last bare-knuckle championship prize fight on this continent between John L. Sullivan and Jake Kilrain. The records say that Sullivan won by knocking out Kilrain. That's all wrong. Sullivan won because he knocked out Jake's seconds. In some of the earlier years of Sullivan's reign as champion, he was very chummy with Richard Fox, who was publisher of the Police Gazette and a mighty power in boxing affairs. But Sullivan had a row with him, and Fox resolved to find somebody to bat the ears off John L. Fox finally settled on Jake Kilrain as his weapon. He advocated the fight in his publication, donated a $5,000 diamond-studded belt for the winner, and to top his confidence in Kilrain, put up a side bet of $5,000 that Jake could beat John L. The date for the bout was set at July 8, 1889. The place was not specified, as prize fighting was against the law in those years, and any advance advertising as to the stage of such an affair usually brought sheriffs into action. Sullivan was very much out of condition from too much flirting with nightlife. His trainer, William A. Muldoon, had a tough job, but he succeeded in putting John L. into better shape than he had been since 1884. The fighters went to New Orleans. The scouts went looking for a battleground and located one on the edge of Richburg, Mississippi. The gladiators went there, as did a private party of spectators. The fighters squared off under a blistering southern sun. With London prize ring rules governing, a round continued regardless of time until one fighter was knocked down. Only 30 seconds of rest were allowed between rounds. The battler, who was unable to toe the center of the ring at the time a call was timed, was declared the loser. For seconds, Kilrain picked out Mike Donovan, a light middleweight, and Charlie Mitchell, who was not much heavier. Both fellows had brains, but they weren't qualified to substitute for hoisting machines. Soon after the fight got started, Kilrain was down. Out went Donovan and Mitchell to haul Jake to his corner, patch him up, and chase him back to Sullivan, all inside of 30 seconds. This went on, and it was getting hotter all the time, and the 210-pound Kilrain was getting harder and harder to lug in and push out. Kilrain's seconds were taking more punishment than he was. Mike and Charlie went as far as they could, but they couldn't go any farther than the 74th round. When Jake flopped, ending the round, Mike and Charlie were more in need of the pulmotor than Jake. The boys just couldn't haul Jake any longer, so they let Kilrain stay where he'd flopped. John L. wasn't hurt much in the fight, but 2 hours, 16 minutes, and 23 seconds of action under that sizzling sun hadn't made a tap dancer out of him either. But he had enough strength to stagger up to that line and tow it. Jake wasn't there to greet him, still being flat on the turf, so the referee awarded the victory to Sullivan. As it was, the fight was one of the longest in history, but no telling how long it might have lasted if Kilrain hadn't made a mistake in choosing his seconds. And now for Bill Brandt and a once-in-a-lifetime tale about the World Series game of September 5th, 1918.
The pennant races are called off on Labor Day on account of war. And here in Chicago today, the National League champion Cubs meet the Boston Red Sox, American League champs. And there's a great big left-handed pitcher up there as Boston's number one. His name? Babe Ruth. The Babe in World Series ought to mean home runs. Oh, no, not in 1918. Babe's just a pitcher, but he's a great pitcher. Take a look. Here in the all-time record book. 2 names in the same bracket, Babe Ruth and Christy Mathewson. Yes, the Babe stands ahead of Matty, and that's our story now. So here in Chicago, leading off the 1918 World Series, Babe pitches a shutout. He wins 1-0. It's a great southpaw duel against Jim Vaughn of the Cubs, Hippo Vaughn from Weatherford, Texas. Hey, look, the Babe. Is this a record? Remember 1916, 2 years ago? What do you mean? Well, let's cut back 2 years. Now it's 1916. This World Series is Red Sox against the Brooklyn Dodgers. In 1916, the Babe is only number 2 pitcher. He's in the second game. Monday, October 9th. 41,000 fans in Boston's Fenway Park. But it looks as if the Babe won't be around long today. Here's the first inning, 2 out. High Myers up at bat for the Dodgers. Center fielder High from Liverpool, Ohio. Boom! It's a Lulu between right and center. The Boston fans groan. Look at old High scooting around those bases. The ball goes all the way to the far corner. High Myers goes all the way home. An inside home run. Brooklyn ahead, 1-0. Better warm up a new pitcher, Carrigan. But the Babe gets the next man out. The Babe stays in. In the third inning, the Red Sox get a run, and it's all tied up, 1-1. And now we settle down for the longest pitching duel in World Series history. Brooklyn's pitcher is Sherrod Smith from Mansfield, Georgia. Here's 2 great left-handers in a classic performance, Ruth and Smith. They mow down those batters, inning after inning, 0 after 0. It's the 9th, and it's still 1-1. No runs for Brooklyn since High Myers' homer way back in the first inning. No runs for the Red Sox since the 3rd. Now it's extra innings, the 11th, 12th, 13th. No runs for either side. The Babe knocks off the Dodgers in the 14th, and it's getting dark. Heavy clouds. The fans look up at the sky and say, well, I guess this is the finish. Yes, this game will be called by darkness at the end of this inning. But it's over before that. Here's a Red Sox rally. A single by pinch hitter Del Gaynor from Elkins, West Virginia. Home goes pinch runner Mike McNally of Manuka, Pennsylvania. And that does it. Boston wins 2-1, 14 innings. And it's still the longest game in the whole World Series record book right up to 1946. So we move on to Chicago in 1918. Back again at the World Series opener, and the boys going for the book. Ruth's record, added up. Babe's string of shutout innings, 13 straight in 1916. No World Series for the Red Sox in 17. Now 9 innings here today in Chicago. A record? Nah, look, Christy Mathewson, 27 straight innings in one series, 1905. 3 complete shutout games. Babe has only 22 innings. Babe can't get near Matty's record, 27. Well, let's see. Now it's September 9th, the 4th game of the 1918 series. We're back in Boston again, Fenway Park. Here's where the Babe beat Sherrod Smith 2 years ago. Ed Barrow is the Boston manager now, and he sends Babe right back at those Cubs. Today, the Cub pitcher is George Tyler, Lefty Tyler from Derry, New Hampshire, one-time hero of the Boston Braves. And again, it's a battle of southpaws. Babe starts right in handing out goose eggs. He blanks the Cubs in the first, the second, the third, the fourth. That's 26 straight innings. And now in the last of the fourth, here's the Babe himself up at bat. 2 men on, 2 out. Tyler toys with an idea. Shall I walk this big guy? Tyler throws 3 wide ones. It's ball 3, 3-0. Then Tyler cuts a curve over the corner. Strike. No, says Tyler. I'll get him. Now a low curve, and Babe swings, and he misses. It's 3-2. And now Tyler cuts loose with a fast one. Waist high. Wham! The Babe plasters it to deep right field. A 3-bagger. 2 runs for the Sox. Aha! Won't be any 14 innings today. The Babe has this one in the bag. And it's no runs for the Cubs in the 5th inning. Hey, that ties Matty. 27 scoreless innings for Ruth. The 6th, no runs, a new record. And the 7th, 29 straight innings. Now the 8th inning. And here's the Cub catcher up at bat, Bill Killifer from Paw Paw, Michigan. He gets a base on balls. Now a pinch hitter, Claude Hendricks from Olathe, Kansas, batting for Tyler. A single. Babe's worried. He gets loose a wild pitch. Now there's runners on second and third. Nobody out. Babe bears down. And Max Flack from Belleville, Illinois, rolls just a little grounder to first base. The runners hold their bases on second and third. Max is out. But the next Cub batter, Charlie Holliker from St. Louis, rolls a grounder to deep short. Holliker's out at first base, too, but there's no play at the plate. Killifer comes home on the infield out. And this cheap run ends Babe Ruth's great whitewash streak. The Babe wins the game, and there's the record in the book today, the all-time World Series record. 29 consecutive shutout innings. Ruth's ahead of Mathewson, ahead of all the great whitewash slingers of World Series history. Yes, Babe Ruth's the #1 homer hitter of all the ages, the all-time champion slugger. But I think this pitching record took something extra, inning after inning, that pressure. Babe had to have that extra something it takes to be a super champion. I said to Babe once, how about it? What do you consider your #1 record? I thought he'd say 60 homers in 1 year. But this is where his finger points. Right here on this World Series record for consecutive scoreless innings pitched. Way back when he was just a pitcher. Yes, that's exactly what he said. And that's Babe Ruth's own pick for his own once-in-a-lifetime.
Thank you, Bill Brandt. We'll be looking forward to hearing from both you and Bill Stern again real soon. That's all the time we have for today. We'll be back with more camera highlights next time you hear that familiar call of AFRS Sports Reel. This is the voice of information and education, the Armed Forces Radio Service.
AFRS Sports Reel. Greetings, sports fans. Here we go again with another quarter hour of highlights and sidelights from the sporting scene. Today, our sports commentators are Bill Stern and Bill Brandt. First up, here's one of the top sports commentators of the day, and one of his famous sports shorts. It's Bill Stern.
Back many years ago, the Pittsburgh Pirates had an old center fielder by the name of Cy Wilkins. He was just about all washed up, and he knew it. But he dreaded the day when a new center fielder would be hired to take his place. And one day, the old-timer's fears came true. For on that day, a new center fielder was hired to take his place. This new center fielder was a young rookie named Ted Daly. Ted Daly was a quiet, shy, pink-cheeked country boy. Immediately, the old-timer knew that he'd lose his job to the young rookie unless he could make life so miserable for that rookie that the rookie would quit. The veteran center fielder quickly decided that the best way to make the young rookie quit was by humiliating him until the rookie just couldn't take it anymore. And so the veteran center fielder, seeing the young rookie's pink cheeks, decided to humiliate him by nicknaming him Gertie. And every time the young rookie would come out on the playing field, the veteran center fielder would yell, "Oh, Gertie! Gertie! Got a date tonight, Gertie?" It got so bad that one day, much to the young rookie's embarrassment, the veteran center fielder ran up to the young rookie and planted a kiss on his cheeks, saying, "Hey, fellas, look at Gertie." Not for a moment did this veteran let up on the rookie. Always it was Gertie, Gertie, Gertie this and Gertie that, until soon the young rookie's confidence began to leave him. He became despondent, gloomy. His playing fell off until one day the young rookie just quietly packed his bags and slipped away without saying goodbye to anyone. The veteran outfielder had driven the young rookie right out of baseball. That all happened over 30 years ago. The years have passed since then. But one day not so long ago, according to the story, a strange scene took place in a Texas courtroom. Before a stern-faced judge, a ragged bum stood at the bar of justice, charged with vagrancy and attempting to crash his way into the local baseball park.
You've heard the charges. How do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Oh, take a look at yourself. Don't you think you might be better off if you went looking for a job instead of trying to sneak into a baseball park?
Your Honor, I wanted to see that ball game, and I had no money. I thought it might make me forget I'm a bum. You see, once I was a ball player myself.
Well, you certainly don't look like it now.
Oh, sure, Judge. I don't blame you for doubting me. But once I was a young rookie trying out with the Pittsburgh Pirates. I might have made the team, too, if it hadn't been for one player on that team. I never knew what he had against me, but he gave me such a brutal tongue lashing, he drove me right out of baseball. I never amounted to much after that, I guess.
Step a little closer. I want to take a good look at you. Mm-hmm. The court recognizes your story to be true. And furthermore, this court wants to go on record as saying that if anyone is guilty in this case, it's the man who drove you out of baseball. A nickname like Gertie is too much for any youngster to live down. That nickname, Gertie, was cruel and inhuman.
But, Judge, how'd you know that Gertie was my nickname? I haven't mentioned it to a soul for 30 years.
I know, because it's been on my conscience for all these years. You see, I was that thoughtless ball player who drove you out of baseball. Case dismissed.
Before we hear from Bill Brandt with one of his famous once-in-a-lifetime yarns, I'd like to tell you about a World Series of a few years back. It was in October 1931. Jimmy Wilson was catching for the St. Louis Cardinals in their World Series battle with the Philadelphia Athletics. The A's got off to a good start by winning the first game 6-2. The Cards manager, Charlie Sweet, selected Wild Bill Hallahan to hurl the second game, and Connie Mack countered with George Earnshaw. It was in that game that Wilson pulled the boner that almost, not quite, but almost, made him the GOAT of the series. The Cardinals picked up one run in the fifth when Pepper Martin scored, and Hallahan worked smoothly behind that slim lead, not allowing a hit through the fifth inning. In that frame, Jimmy Fox led off with a walk, and Bing Miller broke the no-hit spell with a single. Jimmy Dike sacrificed the runners along, putting the tying run on third with only one out. It was Div Williams' turn at bat, so catcher Jimmy Wilson went to the mound and asked Hallahan to walk Williams in order to get at Earnshaw. Team captain Frankie Frisch objected, arguing that Connie Mack would only throw in a pinch hitter. Wilson argued that would be all the better. At least Earnshaw would be out of there. Well, Earnshaw batted for himself after Williams had been purposely walked. The A's hurler swung and lined one to Frisch at second. Frankie stepped on the bag for a double play. The Cards picked up another run in the eighth. Then the A's came to bat for their last chance. Fox led off with another walk. After Miller went out, Dykes walked. Then Hallahan bore down and struck out Williams. This time, Mack did send in a pinch hitter, Jim Moore. It was then that Jimmy Wilson pulled his bonehead play of the series. Hallahan fired 2 fastballs in there. Both were good strikes. Only one more to go. Wilson flashed a signal, and as Hallahan poured that ball in there, Wilson saw Fox break for third. Automatically, Wilson fired the ball to third, and then he wished with all his heart he could drag it back. For Wilson suddenly realized what was going on. Moore had struck out on that pitch. It had been in the dirt, a pickup, and all Wilson had to do was tag Moore or throw to first. But Jimmy couldn't, for that ball was sailing toward third. Jimmy raised his hand as if to call the ball back, and the third base coach, Eddie Collins, saw the motion. He started yelling, letting the A's know what was going on. Fox slid into third. The third sacker, Jake Flowers, threw the ball back to Wilson, but by that time Moore was on first, and all hands were safe. Wilson went on to tell Hallahan how sorry he was, but Wild Bill merely smiled and said, "Don't worry, this guy Max Bishop couldn't hit me with 6 bats." Whether Bishop could have or not is another matter, but that time he fouled the first pitch back of first, and Jim Bottomley hauled it in for the final out. Despite Wilson's bonehead play, the Cards still won the game 2-0, and the series in 7 games. However, it was a long time after that before Jimmy Wilson could wipe out the memory of that play, the time he tried to throw a man out at third when he held the last out in the palm of his glove. Now, let's focus our sports reel camera on Bill Brandt. He has a tale about Michigan's immortal coach, the late Fielding Yost. Come in, Bill.
Hurry Up Yost moved to Michigan in 1901. He coached the Wolverines through 4 seasons undefeated. His fullback is Willie Heston, and that's a name you find on everybody's All-American 11. Here's 1905. Here's Hurry Up Yost without Heston, and now it's 5 straight seasons undefeated, if he gets past this one today. Here we are at Marshall Field, Chicago. It's November 30th, 1905. The wooden stands are filled with fans. Here's Michigan. And here's Chicago. The Maroons have a great coach, too, Amos Alonzo Stagg, and a great quarterback, Walter Eckersall, Chicago local boy. And if you find Eckersall along with Heston today in the backfield of everybody's all-time All-American 11. But the last 2 years, 3 and 4, with Heston against Eckersall, it's Michigan way out in front each year. Here's Michigan without Heston, but look, the score for the season, 12 games. Michigan, 495 points. A dozen opposing teams put together, nothing. 0. No points. No touchdowns, not a single field goal, not even a 2-point safety. Yes, Michigan, even without Heston, is still a juggernaut. And this is the final jamboree to make it 5 full seasons undefeated. Look, here's a team picture already printed. The title, Michigan, Champion of the West. And in the Chicago dressing room, Coach Stagg holds up this Michigan picture. Take a good look, boys. Here's what they think of you. They call themselves champions even before this game today. What are you going to do about it? Eckersall kicks his locker. Champs, eh? What do you say, gang? And it's a wild rush for the door, out to the field. And the fans greet them with a terrific roar. Chicago hasn't lost a game this year either. And here's the old war cry. Go, Chicago! And here comes Michigan. Listen to the Wolverine rooters. Yes, this chill, gray, damp day is red hot now. You don't mind those wet snowflakes blowing on your cheeks. Here's the kickoff. Eckersall takes it on the goal line, runs back 35 yards. Come on, Maroon! But Michigan says no. Eckersall has to kick. The ball's wet. He fumbles the pass from center. It's Michigan's ball on Chicago's 25. Yo, same old story. Pour it on, Michigan, just like last year. Roll, Juggernaut, roll! Michigan fans are on their feet in high glee. The first play gives the ball to the Michigan captain, Fred Norcross from Cristo Oriente in Cuba. Fumble. Chicago's ball again. And here goes the Maroon. Here's Chicago's plunging fullback, Hugo Bezdek from Doylestown, Pennsylvania, destined to be a great coach at Penn State. Bez plows through the line for 7 yards. The Maroon march gets across midfield. Then Eckersall has to kick. Now it's a punting duel, Eckersall and Norcross. Eckersall's terrific kicks gain for Chicago in every exchange. But the Maroon can't get close enough to score. The whistle. First half. 0-0. As they come out for the second half, here's Bill Clark, a new man in the Michigan backfield. And right there, destiny puts the finger on the Michigan juggernaut. The new ball soon gets wet again from those snowflakes. Now it's the punting duel. Chicago moves ahead, slow but sure. Here's Eckersall trying a drop kick, a 45-yard shot at the Michigan goalpost. He's all set. Here's the pass from center. But the big Michigan line is on Eckersall like a tidal wave. The kick is partially blocked. The ball winds up on Michigan's 15-yard line. Norcross gets it for Michigan. And the Michigan fans give a yell they've rehearsed especially for Eckersall. A raspberry in rhythm. Gee-hee, gee-haw, gee-haw, haw, oh-haw, Eckersall. But they can't cool off Eckersall's hot foot. Eckersall fires a punt out of bounds on Michigan's 5-yard line. A beauty. He's pinning the Wolverines back with his toe. Here's another one, over the goal line. But look, Bill Clark, Michigan's new safety man. Bill catches the ball back of the line. He should have let it grounded. Oh, a groan from the Michigan fans. They've got him. Yes, it's Mark Catlin, the Chicago captain and left end from Appleton, Wisconsin. The Maroon captain is down fast under that kick. He has a clear track. Now he's right on top of Clark. Sacco! Catlin hits Clark with a bone-bending tackle. He's down. Back of the goal line, too. Yes, the safety man scores a safety for the other team. 2 points for Chicago. The first score against Michigan all season. It's great for Chicago, but it's tragedy for Bill Clark. Because there's only 1 minute left to play. It's Michigan's ball, and the ball goes to Tom Hammond from Harvey, Illinois, and Tom breaks loose around left end. He's off. He's in the clear. Yow! Michigan fans come to life. Here it is. Go on, Tom. Keep going. All the way. Nothing can stop you. Nobody's there. That's nearly right. Nobody but Walter Eckersall, Chicago's safety man. There's the goal line, and that goal line means victory for Michigan. But there's Eckersall, and Eckersall closes in. Eckersall dives. He hits Hammond at the knees, and down goes Hammond. Hard. He even drops the ball. And that's it. 2 plays later, the game's over. Chicago 2, Michigan nothing. The Maroon fans storm the field. They carry Coach Stagg and the Chicago players aloft on their shoulders in triumph. Another gang starts a bonfire. The hay that covered the field all last night and this morning. Another gang tries to set fire to the grandstand. Because the impossible has just happened. The Michigan juggernaut finally gets stopped. And we did it, Chicago. Yes, it's the end of the greatest juggernaut in all-time conference history. Stopped by a safety man's 2-point safety? No. Stopped by the other safety man, Eckersall. He fought back the juggernaut with his foot all afternoon, and then, when it came to that last pinch, with defeat closing down on him, the juggernaut rolling right at him, Walter Eckersall had that extra something that makes a champion. The something extra it takes to make an all-time All-American. And he shows it here today at Marshall Field, Chicago, November 30th, 1905, a once-in-a-lifetime.
Thanks, Bill Brandt. And there you have it, fans, another AFRS sports reel all wrapped up and put away. We'll return again soon with more close-ups by America's best-known sports authorities. Then again, you'll hear the familiar call of AFRS Sports Reel. This is the voice of information and education, the Armed Forces Radio Service. AFRS Sports Reel. This is the AFRS Sports Reel. All you steady customers know that means another quarter hour of highlights and sidelights from the sporting scene. Today's commentators are two of America's favorites, Bill Stern and Bill Brandt. To start things off, we'll hear from Bill Stern. It's a story about a famous rivalry. How about it, Bill?
Many years ago, two young boys were growing up in a small town in New York State. The bigger one of these two boys was inclined to be a bit of a bully. He was forever picking a fight with a smaller boy who didn't like sports and didn't want to fight. The bigger boy grew up. He grew up, yeah, but not to be a prize fighter. No, he grew up to be a writer, a great writer. For it was he who wrote the famous book, The Last of the Mohicans. For his name was James Fenimore Cooper. But what about his opponent? That smaller boy, the boy who didn't like the fight. The smaller boy who didn't like fights. That boy started one of history's most famous fights. For it was he who fired the first shot for the North in the Civil War. But he's not remembered for that. No, this smaller boy, who as a youngster was too small for sports, is famous because it was he who invented the nation's most popular sport, the game of baseball. For his name was Abner Doubleday. And that's the story of two rivals from Cooperstown, New York. The bigger of the two, who was the bully, and yet gave up fighting for writing, and the other who hated fighting and yet started this nation's biggest fight and invented this nation's most popular sport. But there have been many famous rivalries that started with fights. For not too many years ago, in a small Midwestern town, two young boys also engaged in a famous fight. According to the story in Coronet magazine, they fought a bitter fight. But these rivals became great friends afterwards. For one of those boys was the immortal football coach Newt Rockne, and his opponent in that boxing match years ago was our great general, Dwight Eisenhower. But it isn't only the sport of prize fighting that started great rivalries. Other sports have started rivalries, too. For almost 100 years ago in Boston, two boys who were exactly the same age became great bicycle racers. And one of these boys, according to the story, won the New England Bicycle Championship, while the other won the Middle Atlantic States Championship. They were the two best bike riders of their day, and they often raced each other. Only their rivalry was to last all their lives. For these two rival bike racers became America's greatest rival inventors. One was Alexander Graham Bell. He invented the telephone. And the other was Thomas Edison, who invented the electric light. But speaking of great rivalries coming from the sport of bicycle racing, let me tell you the story of two other great bike racers who came later. One was named Harry Decker, and the other bike racer was named Billy Jerome. These two raced in New Jersey just before the turn of the century, and they, too, were great riders. That is, they were, until one day when these two were racing for the Eastern Championship of the United States, when suddenly their bicycles crashed into each other, and these two wound up in a hospital. As these two former bike racers lay side by side in that hospital, they became friends. And after becoming friends, they found that they had an interest in common, a common interest in music. And in that hospital, when they found out that they both loved music together they collaborated on a song. Strange, isn't it? The two bike riders should be bitter rivals, and yet, even though they were bitter bike rivals, they should write a song together. And yet it's even stranger when you realize that these two bike riders, who only wrote this song thanks to an accident that put them in a hospital after a bike race, should make musical history. For ironically enough, they named their song On a Bicycle Built for Two. Yeah.
On a bicycle built for two.
Thank you, Bill Stern. We'll hear from Bill Brandt soon, but first a yarn of the past that I think merits retelling. Back in the days when professional boxing was young, there was a kid in Chicago named Jim Breslin. He was a brash youngster with plenty of nerve and a handy pair of fists to go along with it. While he wasn't English, his sidekicks called him Briton. He gained quite a reputation among the neighborhood gangs as a leader. He was a good man to have on your side when the rival gang invaded your domain. One night, Breslin and some of his pals maneuvered some tickets for the fights at the neighborhood club. They took up a row of seats in the bleachers and began whooping it up. They yelled especially loud when one of the preliminaries was delayed because a fighter had failed to show up. Suddenly, one of the youngsters had a bright idea. He shouted, "Put Britton in!" And he began pulling young Breslin to his feet. The crowd took it up, and finally, in desperation, the referee called Breslin into the ring to substitute for the missing fighter. Even though he was pretty good, Breslin didn't especially like to fight, but like any youngster, he didn't like to let his buddies down when they had put him on the spot in public like that. So up into the ring Breslin crawled to fight a pro he had never seen before. The referee, taking his cue from the boys, had called him Britton and tacked a jack onto it just to make it sound good. Right then, young Breslin started wishing that he had never gone into the fights that night. The lights, the roar of the crowd, and that tough fellow over in the opposite corner was enough to scare anybody. But Breslin couldn't back down, so for 4 rounds this Chicago youngster stuck it out. He took a beating, naturally. You couldn't expect a youngster out of the bleacher crowd to do much else against a more experienced boxer. But the beating was tough to take, and that night after the fight, Breslin, or Britton as his buddies called him, was about ready to give up any kind of fighting, even the street kind. But he felt a little better about it the next day when he picked up the morning paper and read of the fight the night before. The story told of a new boxer named Britton, Britton. But he knew that they meant him all the time, and he was a mighty proud youngster. He guessed that really made him a fighter, so he decided to try it again. His later efforts at ring warfare came out better than his first. In fact, the name which that announcer had given him in that dingy club, Jack Britton, was destined to become one of the greatest in the annals of boxing. Britton fought his way up through the bantamweight ranks to the featherweights, and then as he grew older and bigger, finally moved into the welterweight class. He mastered the jab, the feint, and the hook, and soon developed a great knockout punch. Soon he was welterweight champion. He finally lost the welter crown to Mickey Walker, but the name, Jack Britton, still has a notable place in the records of the ring. Now for Bill Brandt with another of his colorful once-in-a-lifetime stories. Come on in, Bill.
Charles Leo Hartnett, the socker from Woonsocket, Rhode Island. Leo the Lion. Gabby the Gabber with that big red face. King Carl Hubble, the National League's #1 pitcher of modern times, says, "A lot of men hit me oftener than Gabby Hartnett, but nobody ever made me tremble that way. Here he comes up to home plate, and I'm wishing anybody but him. He's dynamite, especially if you get 2 strikes on him. He's always swinging. And if he connects, goodbye ball game." Right. And here's 1938, August, and the Chicago Cubs are 9 games behind the league-leading Pittsburgh Pirates. The Pirates are a cinch for the pennant, so the Cubs put in a new manager. The Cubs did that in 1932. They put in Charlie Grimm in August, and they won the pennant. So here in August 1938, they take out Grimm and put in Hartnett. Gabby the catcher is now the Gabby manager. And the Cubs hit September with a drive, 17 victories in 20 games. They run a winning streak to 7 straight. And now here come the Pirates, moving into Chicago in the last week of the season. It's September 27th. The 9-game Pirate lead in August is now just a game and a half. But home in Pittsburgh, the Pirates have World Series tickets all printed. A new press box built all along both wings of the grandstand roof. The season will be over next Sunday, and all the Pirates have to do is hold the Cubs even. But here in the first game, manager Gabby takes a chance on the ailing arm of Dizzy Dean. And old Diz has enough in the arm and all the heart it takes to beat the Pirates 2-1. That cuts the Pirate lead to half a game. And now it's Wednesday, September 28th. This is the one that can make or break the Cubs. Put them in first place or else dash them down so they'll never get up. Pittsburgh's pitcher is Bob Klinger from Pacific, Missouri. For the Cubs, it's Clay Bryant from Zanesville, Ohio. For 5 innings, Bryant blanks the Pirates. The Cubs are ahead 1-0. But in the 6th, here goes Bryant. Johnny Rizzo from Houston, Texas, belts a home run for Pittsburgh. A couple of walks, 2 more hits, and it's 3 runs for Pittsburgh. The showers for Bryant. Gloom for the Cub fans. But here come the Cubs to bat. And here comes Hartnett. The swing, a double. Now Ripper Collins from Albany, New York. Another double. Next, Billy Jurgis from Rockville Center, New York. A single. Tie score, 3-3. That's the 6th inning. Now it's the 8th. It takes 3 Chicago pitchers to get the Pirates out. 2 runs for Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh ahead, 5-3. Gloom again for the home fans of Wrigley Field. There goes the pennant again. But come on, Cubs! Come on, Gabby! Get 'em going again! And up comes Ripper Collins in the last of the 8th and bops a single. Time! Klinger leaves the scene. It's a new Pirate pitcher, Bill Swift from Elmira, New York. Swift walks Billy Jurgis. Now the announcer, Lazzeri batting for Lee. Yes, old push-em-up Tony from San Francisco, the old Yankee. The fans give Tony a hand, and Tony hitches his belt. He digs in. The swing, it's a hard drive to left center, a double. Collins comes home. Jurgis pulls up at third. Joe Marty from Sacramento goes in as pinch runner for Lazzari. A base on balls, and the bases are filled, and still nobody out. The batter, Billy Herman from New Albany, Indiana. The swing, a single to center. Hooray! Jurgis rolls home with a tying run. And here comes Marty. He's rounding third. He's streaking for the plate. This might be the winning run. Center fielder Paul Wainer from Oklahoma has the ball. Paul hauls off. It's a perfect throw. It's close. Marty is out. Oh. But come on, only one out. Come on, Demery. And here's the batter, Frank Demery from Woodlands, California. But right here, Pie Trainer, the Pirate manager, plays his trump. He brings his ace from the bullpen, Mace Brown. And here's the pitch, and Demery swings. Ooh, just a grounder to shortstop. A double play, 3 out. And that's all. The big rally's over, and all it gets the Cubs is a tie, 5-5. And that's all the Pirates need, just holding the Cubs even. And a Pittsburgh pennant is sure. And here's the man to hold the Cubs, Mace Brown from North English, Iowa. Back in July, Mace Brown won the All-Star game for the National League when he struck out Rudy York with the bases full. But here's Mace Brown today in Chicago to win the pennant for the Pirates. He's dishing it out to the desperate Cubs in the ninth. 2 up, 2 down, 2 out. And here comes number 3, a big fellow with a red face, the manager, Gabby Hartnett. Here's the pitch. Strike! Strike 2! One more does it, Mace, but better be careful, Mace. This fellow's tough with 2 strikes. Better waste one. Keep the ball out of his reach. Here's the pitch. It looks like a strike. Right over there. Boom! That boom resounds all over the baseball world, because there goes the ball, high, far, way out to left center. It's still going. It's a home run. 2 out in the ninth, and the Cubs win 6-5. The Cubs are in first place, and the Pirates are sunk. Next day, the Cubs swamp the Pirates 10-1. It's a Chicago pennant. Those Pittsburgh World Series tickets are only good for a bonfire. And that's the Hartnett story. Remember Carl Hubble? Let me tell you about Gabby. He's always in there swinging, and he always swings hardest when it's 2 strikes against him. And any time he connects, there goes your ball game. And here on September 28, 1938, here's that swing, and there goes the pennant. Gabby Hartnett with 2 strikes on him. It's the acid test of that extra something it takes to be a champion. That challenge, all or nothing, all riding on that last big swing. It takes the something extra when that kind of a crisis brings that kind of a home run. A once-in-a-lifetime.
Thanks, Bill Brandt. We're up to the final whistle now, and it's time to bring to a close another colorful quarter hour of action-packed sporting yarns. We'll return soon with the familiar call of AFRS Sports Reel. This is the voice of information and education, the Armed Forces Radio Service. AFRS Sports Reel. Hi there, sports fans. Here's another colorful 15 minutes of the AFRS Sports Reel. Inside stories of highlights and sidelights of the world of sports. Our commentators today are Bill Brandt and Bill Stewart. To get things underway, here's Bill Stewart. He's brought along a yarn about Cincinnati's great pitcher, Johnny Vandermeer. How about it, Bill?
Most baseball fans probably think the day which stands out in Johnny Vandermeer's mind is the day he pitched his second straight no-hitter in 1938. It was without question the feat that made Vandermeer a personality, and the nickname Double No-Hit Kid was given to the Cincinnati southpaw after that. There's another instance, however, that stands out more vividly in Johnny's mind. It took place 2 years later in 1940, the year Cincinnati was battling it down the wire toward the pennant. For some reason or another, Vandy never had seemed able to find himself after that pair of no-hitters. In 1939, he won only 5 and dropped 9. He seemed to have lost his confidence. Many experts began to prepare Johnny's baseball obituary. Vandy wasn't in the best of health when he reported to the Red training camp in 1940. Manager Bill McKechnie still believed in his young lefty. So Bill took Vandy aside and talked him into going to Indianapolis with the American Association. McKechnie told Johnny it would help him settle down, help him recover some of his lost confidence. Vandermeer started off well with Indianapolis, winning 6 and dropping 4. His earned run average was a neat 2.40. In 105 innings, he'd struck out 109 batters. McKechnie kept an eye on his prize southpaw, and in the last stages of the 40 pennant race, Vandermeer was brought back to help in the stretch drive. Cincinnati needed help, and McKechnie was sure that Johnny could give that help to his workhorses, Bucky Walters and Paul Derringer. The Reds traveled to Philadelphia, needing only 2 wins for the National League pennant. On September 17th, the Reds took one of the 2 they needed from the Phils. And the next day, on September 18th, McKechnie selected Vandermeer to go out and clinch the pennant. Vandy drew a tough mound opponent that day, Hugh Mulcahy. When Mulcahy was on, one of the hottest hurlers in the league. He was in great shape that day, and the Phils tapped Vandy for a pair of runs in the second inning. And Vandy's teammates were hitting but couldn't score. Finally, in the 5th, the Reds pushed one across. They tied it up in the 7th. The pitcher settled down to a tight mound duel. It was scoreless through the 8th and 9th. The Reds scored once in the 10th, but the Phils evened it up with a counter of their own. Vandy was heartbroken. He'd pitched shutout ball from the 2nd through the 10th. Still, he hadn't won. The game meant more than the pennant to Johnny. It meant a successful comeback. In the 11th and 12th, they went scoreless. It was 3-3 going into the 13th. It was Vandy's turn at bat. He looked at McKechnie, expecting a pinch hitter. Bill strung along with Johnny, and Johnny batted for himself. Taking heart, Vandy got hold of one of Mulcahy's fast ones for a signal. He was sacrificed to second, made a third when McCormick beat out an infield hit. That brought Ivel Goodman to the plate. Goodman drove 2 screaming fouls. Each time, Vandy headed for home. Then Ivel hoisted one out to short right center. Johnny tagged up and was off like a streak. McKechnie screamed, "Go, Johnny, go!" Vandy hit the dirt, and as the dust settled, he saw the umpire standing there with his hands outspread. He was safe. The Reds were ahead. Joe Beggs went in to pitch the last of the 13th, for manager Bill McKechnie realized that Vandy'd done plenty of running and was tired. Beggs set him down in order. The Reds had won another pennant. But what was more important to Johnny Vandermeer, he was back. And he'd made good.
Thanks to you, Bill Stewart. Before we hear from Bill Brandt with his once-in-a-lifetime story for today, I'd like to tell you about a memorable horse race of a few years back. Cavalcade. Now there was a racehorse. He ran to the colors of Mrs. Isabel Dodge Sloan's Brookmead stable. It was on June 16, 1934, the mile and 3/16 running of the $25,000 Detroit Derby. The cream of the 1934 3-year-olds were entered. In addition to Cavalcade, there was his chief rival for the 3-year-old honors, Alfred G. Vanderbilt's Discovery. There was the Texas Derby winner, Plight. There was New Deal and the classy filly Matahari, plus Bienfait, Patch Pocket, and Cheese Straw. Jockey Mac Garner, one of the best, was up on Cavalcade, and the colt was loaded with 126 pounds, high weight in that speedy field. With Cavalcade as the Brookmead entry was Time Clock. The strategy was for Time Clock to rush to the front and kill off Discovery and Plight, considered the main threats to Cavalcade, so that the Brookmead ace would have easy going when Garner decided to open up. It was sound strategy, but this time it didn't work. Matahari cut up badly at the post. Finally, the starter had the filly taken to the extreme outside to break. Matahari's antics apparently upset Time Clock. Instead of breaking on top, as was his custom, he was away dead last. Even Cavalcade, never too alert at the break, was out of the gate ahead of the horse that was supposed to set the pace. The field was setting its own pace, and Cavalcade had to make the best of it. It was Matahari on top at the first turn with Bienfait second, followed by Patch Pocket, Cheese Straw, and Discovery. Flight was up there, too. Jockey Garner didn't like the fast pace. Still, he didn't dare let Discovery get in command. Cavalcade was running next to last in the back stretch, but Garner was staying within challenging distance. Going into the far turn, Garner decided to move with Cavalcade. He gave the colt the word, and Cavalcade went rushing up on the inside. There was a hole on the rail, but before Cavalcade reached it, the opening had closed. Garner reared back on the reins, and Cavalcade pulled up sharply. A moan swept up from the stands, for Cavalcade was a 1-2 favorite. But a real champion can't be stopped. Garner went to the extreme outside and pounded into the stretch, still 6 or 7 lengths off the pacemaker, now Flight. But Cavalcade had the heart. He wasn't running, he was flying. With 3/16 to go, Cavalcade wasn't even in the race. With an eighth left, he was fourth. At the 16th pole, only Flight was in front of the Brookmead colt. At the wire, it was Cavalcade, winner by a length and a half over Flight in one of the greatest stretch runs ever seen on the American turf. Cavalcade had covered the mile in 3/16 in 1 minute 58 1/5 seconds to break the track by 1 2/5 seconds. Cavalcade proved to that crowd that he was a real champion. And now for Bill Brandt. His yarn today is about a great football coach, Pop Warner. Tell us about it, Bill.
When it's an argument in football on the all-time number one, you better string along with Pop Warner. 50 years of coaching from coast to coast. Carlisle to Stanford and Pittsburgh in the middle, and Temple at the end. Pop's first pick for his all-time number one player was Jim Thorpe, the Indian. Then at Stanford in the 1920s, Ernie Nevers. And 10 years later at Temple, Pop found a boy to beat both of them, Dave Smuckler. But Dave got hurt before he got going. So the number one argument everywhere is still Thorpe against Nevers. But how about Pittsburgh? How about it, Pop? Well, here's Pop's pick for his all-time number one team, Pittsburgh 1916, the greatest ever, the team that had everything. A terrific line, Jock Sutherland and Tiny Thornhill. Sutherland from Scotland, like Andrew Carnegie, transplanted here in the steel city of western Pennsylvania. Thornhill from a few miles downriver, Beaver, PA. Pitt has great ball carriers, too, DeHart, Hastings, McLaren. But Pitt has mainly that teamwork, that team spirit, that extra something it takes to weld a body of men together and carry them forward and onward. That's something extra in the clutch when the going is tough, that lifts the whole team out of the mud and over the hurdle. That's Pittsburgh 1916, the unbeatable Panthers. But hey, Bill, what do you mean tough? Look, they opened the season 57-0. They rolled up 225 points in 8 games. When was it tough? Number 2, boys, the second game on the schedule. That's the only time all season any team ever scored a point on them. The only time any team ever got ahead of them. But this game nearly wrecked them. And this game is what made them. This was the test, and they came through. And they never had any trouble again. Let's look. It's Pitt against Navy, Annapolis, October 14th. Navy has Bill Ingram, kid brother of Admiral Jonas Ingram of our Atlantic Fleet in World War II. Navy Bill died 3 years ago, a major in the Marines. But here by the banks of the Severn 30 years ago, he's the tower in the Navy battle wagon rolling out on the field against the Panthers. Here's the kickoff. Pitt receives. In 2 plays, Pitt puts the ball in Navy territory. 2 runs by Jimmy DeHart, halfback from Bessemer, Pennsylvania. The Panthers are off in a cloud of dust. Then they bang square into a wall. Navy takes over. Navy punts nearly to Pitt's goal line. A fumble. Here's a swift Navy end. Herb Jackson from Lincoln, Kansas. Herb scoops up the ball 6 steps. Touchdown. It's a miss of the extra point by Navy's quarterback, Johnny Orr from Saginaw, Michigan. But it's Navy 6, Pitt nothing. And the battalion howls for more Panther meat. And now Pop Warner's number one team is behind on the scoreboard for the first time this season. How do they go now? Look, it's a Navy fumble near midfield. Pittsburgh's ball. DeHart gets going again. This time he needs helpers. Here they are. Halfback Andy Hastings from the hard, cold country of northeastern Pennsylvania. And here's a sturdy fullback, born and raised in Pittsburgh, George McLaren. Look at him go. DeHart around the end. Hastings off tackle. McLaren through the middle. Bang, bang, bang. 55 yards across the goal line. It's only a question whose turn it is to carry the ball. On the 1-yard line, it's Hastings' turn. Touchdown, Hastings. Hastings kicks the point, too. Pitt 7, Navy 6. Now it's another Panther push. McLaren gets loose for 52 yards from his own 15 to Navy's 33. The Pitt backs start taking turns again. They lose the ball once, get it back again, and now Pitt has the ball on Navy 17 at the end of the first period. But how to hold them? A trick double pass, and DeHart takes it to the 2-yard line. McLaren's turn. Boom, he's over. It's McLaren's turn to kick goal, too. It's over. Pitt 14, Navy 6. Just a landslide, a breeze. But wait a minute, this is Navy, and now it's the Navy fight. The Panthers get the ball, they start taking turns again, but now the Navy wall is solid from end to end. The gun, first half, still 14-6. Okay, we'll get going again. All we need is a little rest. So out they rush in the second half. Here we are. Pitt receives the kickoff. Navy fights back hard. The Panthers are deep in their own land. Let's get out of here. A punt by Hastings. Here's John Welchel, Navy head coach in 1942, Navy safety man in 1916. John catches the ball on Navy's 39. He's off. Hey, look at him go. The battalion's on its feet, screaming, and Pitt tacklers can't drag him down. He's going all the way. No, there's Hastings jumping out of nowhere, and he knocks Welchel flat on the 1-yard line. A 60-yard gallop, but 1 yard short. Now they line up, and here comes Navy Bill Ingram, headlong into the great Pitt line, and he makes it. Touchdown for Navy. Extra point by Oscar Holtman, Navy guard from Perryville, Missouri. Pitt 14, Navy 13. And now here's Pop Warner's greatest team up against the wall. Their whizzing attack is stopped. Their great line couldn't hold Navy Bill. They're on the run. By the way the battalion roars, those Panthers are on their way to get licked. Okay, we'll receive the kickoff. And this is where the Panthers give their demonstration of all-time greatness. It's the Navy kickoff to Pitt's 10-yard line. Then it's fight, fight, fight. Navy knows this is it. The test. Pitt knows it, too. Bang, bang, bang. DeHart gets loose for 36 yards. Hastings begins to throw passes. Now Pitt's on Navy's 5-yard line. There's DeHart. Touchdown. Come on, Hastings. The extra point, and we're in. But this is a fighting Navy team. There's a breakthrough. No goal. That's bad. That means it's still tough. It's only 20-13. Navy can still tie it up with 1 touchdown and the extra point. And here they go into the fourth period. A ding-dong battle. Now it's 2 minutes of play. A fumble. Navy recovers. Ward Davis from Lewiston, Idaho. Go, Navy, go! And now Navy lines up. The pass from center. Davis fades back with the ball. A forward pass. Navy's left end is heading for the goal line. Ernie von Heimberg from Marinette, Wisconsin. There's the ball, the flying target, the Panther pursuers. Von Heimberg leaps high. He has it. He's over the goal line. Touchdown. And here's the lineup for the extra point. It's 20-19, but this kick can tie it up. Here's Oscar Holtman back to kick. Here's the pass from center. And here's the rush. That great Pitt line. And the Navy line fighting back. It's a shambles. Holtman's foot belts the ball. But the ball never gets to the goal. It's off to one side. It misses. And that's it. Final score, Pitt 20, Navy 19. And this last desperate clash, this battle of the extra point, this does it. This makes Pitt. Right down the line to the end of the season, it's a cavalcade of unbroken triumph. Pop Warner's all-time #1 team, and it has what it takes in this battle by the banks of the Severn. It's once in a lifetime.
Thank you, Bill Brandt. We'd have hated to miss that one. Well, the clock tells us it's time's up for today, so we'd better be on our way. This has been another colorful quarter hour of action-packed yarns about events and personalities from the sports parade. We'll return soon with another edition of the AFRS Sports Reel. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education. AFRS Sports Reel.
It's another colorful edition of the AFRS Sports Reel. That means an action-packed quarter hour of camera highlights from the sports world about outstanding events and personalities. With us today are Jimmy Young and Bill Brandt. First up, here's an amusing sidelight from the football gridiron. And Bill Brandt to tell us all about it.
Signals. If you're an All-American football player and your career's over, what do you want most of all in the world? Right. A son to grow up and get into that game and follow your footsteps. So here's Ed McGinley, All-American at the University of Pennsylvania in 1924. Here's Ed in the bleachers at a high school game in New Jersey. And there's young Ed down on the bench with the subs. It's a hot football game, a pile up at midfield. Look, young Ed McGinley. He's up off the bench, prancing up and down the sidelines. Here he goes, says old Ed up in the bleachers. And the old man holds his breath and begins to sweat. Hey, what's the idea? Young Ed sits down on the bench again. The coach must have changed his mind. Now it's 2 minutes later. Look, young Ed's warming up again. More puffing and sweating by Dad. No, the kid's down again. Junior resumes his seat on the bench with the rest of the subs. This happens 18 different times. Now the game's over, and young Ed McGinley has never been closer to the game than the sidelines, just running up and down. Old man McGinley's exhausted. Son, that's too bad, he says consolingly. What's too bad, says Junior. Why, you almost got into the game there 18 different times, but... Oh, no, Dad, says Junior McGinley. I never had a chance to get in there today. Well, then what's the idea of the warm-up? Well, Dad, you see, we have a very stupid quarterback. The coach has to tell him everything. Whenever I run up and down on the sidelines, it means the coach wants a forward pass. That's the position I was playing today, Pop. I'm the signal for the forward pass.
Thanks, Bill Brandt. We'll be looking forward to hearing one of your once-in-a-lifetime yarns later in the program. First, though, here's Jimmy Young with a story about a memorable event of a few years ago. Come in, Jimmy.
Thanks, Bill. Perhaps the most important game of the 1940 football season was Michigan and Minnesota's battle for the Little Brown Jug. It not only decided the Big Ten championship, it also turned into a personal duel between two great All-American backs, Bruce Smith of Minnesota and Tommy Harmon of Michigan. The game started in a downpour of rain. The first quarter was strictly a punting duel. Neither team could get rolling on a soft, muddy field. Harmon of Michigan would kick, and then George Frank of Minnesota would boot the ball back again. When the whistle blew for the start of the second quarter, it was like a signal call to battle. Starting on their own 14-yard line, the Michigan Wolverines roared downfield. Harmon was their big gun as he passed and ran Michigan to the Gopher 1-yard line. Fourth down, goal to go. The Michigan line smashed the Gophers wide open. Harmon had the ball and was headed for sure pay dirt. But Michigan's All-American star slipped in the mud and fell inches short of a touchdown. It was then Minnesota's ball. After an exchange of kicks, Bill Daly of Minnesota fumbled and Bob Westfall of Michigan recovered. Minutes later, Tom Harmon took the ball, ran it to his left, and fired a perfect strike to his teammate Forrest Evashevsky. Touchdown for Michigan. Harmon missed the extra point by a hair. On the top side of the 6-0 score now, Michigan kicked off. Minnesota couldn't seem to gain. Again, Frank went back to kick, but this time Frutig of Michigan broke through and blocked the kick. Michigan recovered on the 3-yard line, and things looked bad, but Minnesota's Golden Gophers held. Harmon's pass was intercepted, and the Gophers took over on the 20. On the muddy gridiron, the Gophers lined up. All-American Bruce Smith was in the tailback. Smith grabbed the pigskin, tucked it under his arm, and headed for left tackle. He flashed through a narrow hole in the line, danced to the 25-yard line, twisted to the 30, the 35, the 40, midfield. He dodged, he cut, then burst into the clear, the 15, the 10, the 5. He thundered over the goal line. A touchdown in 80 yards of glory. 60,000 voices rose in a crescendo of cheers, and then sudden quiet. Down the long bench, the Minnesota coach was looking squarely at Joe Mernick, substitute halfback. Get in there, Joe. The Minnesota bench strained and listened. Kick that extra point. The scoreboard read Michigan 6, Minnesota 6, as Joe Mernick ran on the field to join his mud-soaked comrades. Huddle, and then out onto the line. Joe looked down to make sure there was no mud on his shoe. He took the step, booted it, and then waited. The yells of a crowd gone wild echoed as Joe looked up to see the pigskin spin over the bar, a perfect kick. Minnesota 7, Michigan 6. Yes, Minnesota won. The rest of the game, that great gopher line, stopped Harmon and company cold. Minnesota went on to an undefeated, untied season. Harmon and Smith both became immortal as All-Americans. But Joe Mernick had a moment of glory that even the greatest All-American didn't have. He settled the Big Ten championship with one boot from his cleated toe.
Thanks, Jimmy Young. You know, that yarn you just told reminds me of a game I saw a few years back.
It all happened on November 11th, 1939, when the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame invaded Iowa City to do battle with the Hawkeyes. The Notre Dame team was riding on the crest of a 6-game winning streak, and that game with Iowa was supposed to be a breather for the Irish. There was no getting away from it. The Irish had an imposing record. Purdue, Georgia Tech, Southern Methodist, Navy, Carnegie Tech, and Army, all great names in the world of football. Yet the Irish had taken the measure of all 6, and it looked as if 1939 was going to be the year for the Irish to really howl an undefeated season, the first in 9 years. The Hawkeyes had gone through a fairly successful season themselves. They'd won 4 out of 5 of their games. But as for beating Notre Dame, well, that was almost beyond the fondest hopes of the most ardent Iowa rooter. More than 46,000 fans jammed into the stadium. Just a few honestly thought the Hawkeyes could win. The Irish trotted out in the field, green jerseys shining in the sunlight. Even in warm-up, they looked powerful. The Notre Dame team wasn't overconfident either. They remembered that back in 1921, an Irish team had invaded Iowa with a 21-game winning streak. The Hawkeyes burst that bubble with a 10-7 win. The first period settled down to a scoreless duel. The Irish got started a couple of times, drove into Hawkeye territory, but they just couldn't reach that pay dirt. The teams changed ends of the field. Once again, they drove up and down the gridiron, and the Irish mixed passes with a powerful ground attack. Iowa stuck strictly to hitting the line and circling those ends. Then late in the second period, Niall Kinnick, Iowa's great halfback, dropped back and tossed the first pass for the Hawkeyes. It was intercepted. Steve Sitko grabbed the leather for the end zone and brought it back on the playing field. As Sitko started upfield, he was hit hard by center Bruno Andruska. The ball popped out of his arms, and Iowa recovered on the Irish 4-yard line. 2 plays later, Kinnick plowed over, and Iowa led 6-0. Then Kinnick made it 7-0 as he drop-kicked the extra point. The Irish opened in the third period as though they were going to run away with the game. Time and time again, they drove deep into Iowa territory, but still they couldn't score. Then late in the third period, Notre Dame again started moving. Sitko flipped a pass to end Bill Kerr. The rangy wingman went down to the Iowa 23. Milt People and Sitko drove to the 10, the 4, and then Sitko bowled his way over for a touchdown. Lou Zontini, Notre Dame's cool, accurate place kicker, dropped back for the all-important extra point. Zontini had won 2 games for the Irish that season with his educated toe, and the Notre Dame line braced to give him all the time he needed. The ball rose into the air. For a moment, it looked good. Then it swerved to the left of the goalpost, and Iowa still led 7-6, and that was the way the game ended. Iowa had upset the highly touted Irish from South Bend. The Hawkeyes only tried 1 pass. It had backfired, and that proved to be the break of the game. Zontini's kick had been off. The Irish team of 1939 was convinced it had the little things that really count.
And now here's Bill Brandt with a once-in-a-lifetime story about 2 thrill-packed baseball games. Okay, Bill.
The Dodgers are in first place, first by half a game. Over the river, the Giants are riding a 26-game winning streak, the all-time record. But it's not enough. The Giants are still in fourth place. The Braves are third, and who's second? Philadelphia. Pat Moran's Phils, the league champions of 1915, with Grover Alexander and Epirixie for their pitchers, and the number 1 shortstop of the year, Dave Bancroft. And here's the league champions on Saturday morning, half a game behind, ready to jump at the Dodgers and fight them for first place. How come they play Saturday morning? Well, the Friday game got rained out in the second inning. Game called. Okay. Why not a Saturday afternoon doubleheader? No. Here's Charlie Ebbets. We're all sold out for Saturday afternoon already. All are reserved in boxes. Only one answer. Crack the doubleheader in half. 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon. If it was all right Labor Day, what's the matter with September 30th? Friday rain checks, good only for the morning game. So what can we do, we fans? So here we are, and there's Big Rixie warming up for Philadelphia. The 6'6" southpaw from Culpeper Courthouse, Virginia, the Colonel. Who's for Uncle Robbie? Jeff Pepper from Champaign, Illinois. Big Jeff will slap down on those fills, and we'll knock these worn-out champions over the hill. So here we go. No, I guess we don't. Boom! That's a home run by Fred Luderis, Philadelphia first baseman from Milwaukee. 2 doubles by Ludi, too. The Dodgers get 5 hits altogether. Final score 7-2. Philadelphia wins. And listen to this Brooklyn crowd going out for lunch. We're out of first place, and how are we going to get back? You know who's pitching for Philly this afternoon? Alexander. Yep, we got to wait till next year. Oh, what a bunch of bums. And how about us fans getting up at daybreak just to see those bums blow the pennant? Down in the Philadelphia dressing room, a quartet is harmonizing Tessie. That's the war song of the Boston Red Sox. That's the club they expect to meet in the World Series. Everybody's happy. Wait a minute. Over in the corner is Dave Bancroft, the Phil's great shortstop. He's from Superior, Wisconsin, and he's a spark plug of the ball club. Dave's in trouble, his leg. The trainer's working on him. How do you feel, Dave? Says Pat Moran, the Philadelphia manager from Pittsburgh, Massachusetts. Oh, I'll be all right, Pat. Just a Charlie horse. Must have wrenched it this morning. In the Dodger dressing room, all is quiet except manager Wilbert Robinson. And Robbie's reading the riot act all the way down the line. Now they've got Alec to throw at us this afternoon, and what have we got? Deep silence. Now Uncle Robbie speaks again. Old Rube's our only chance. Let's see if you guys can't give him a little more help than you just gave Jeff. Now Robbie turns to Rube Marquard. It's up to you, Rube. Marquard nods, then goes on lacing his shoe. Only 4 years ago, Rube Marquard from Indianapolis was the ace of the Giants. He won 19 straight, and the streak began and reached its highest peak with victories over Brooklyn. Today, this same Marquard is Brooklyn's last hope. It's just a twist of fate. And now the players go out on the field. But where's the crowd? That sellout. Why, it's nowhere near capacity. Yes, it looks as if the fans have given up on the Dodgers. Most of today's reserved seats are in the hands of speculators, all set for a killing. But the speculators are stuck. They can't unload. You can get a reserved seat for a dime out on the street. Charlie Ebbets tells the scalpers, no refund from the Brooklyn club. So the game starts with a slim crowd, but a bulging cash register in the Ebbets office. This crucial game is paid for by a lot of people who aren't there. It's completely wacky. Here's a small, silent crowd, and it's the pennant. Both teams score once in the first inning, but there's hardly a sound. Hope dies in the fans' hearts as Alec the Great goes to the box for Philadelphia. Grover Cleveland Alexander from Elba, Nebraska. The fans hardly notice as Bancroft leaves the game in the second inning. The pain in his leg is worse. Now the fans begin to root for the Rube. He's matching Alexander inning after inning. Score, still 1-1 in the fifth. And now here's Casey Stengel from Kansas City, up to bat for Brooklyn. Here's the pitch. It's a terrific drive to right field. It's going. It's gone. Over the right field wall. A home run for Casey Stengel. Brooklyn ahead, 2-1. Now the sixth, and Marquard up at bat. Bang! A three-bagger against the wall in right center. Now a single, and Marquard comes home. The ball game's on ice. That's all Marquard needs. Final score, 6-1, Brooklyn. Only one hit off the Rube after the first inning. A three-hit masterpiece in the pinch. Rube had that extra something it takes to win 19 straight in 1912. He has that something extra today. He pitches the Dodgers back into first place, and it's the payoff. Because Bancroft has a dislocated hip. He's out of Philadelphia's remaining 4 games. Philadelphia loses 3 of them. Pennant for Brooklyn, the first in 1900. And here's what does it. This 2-ticket doubleheader. A jammed ballpark in the morning, then the pennant decider in the afternoon with the park all sold out, but only half full. The Dodgers out of first place for lunch, in again for dinner. Saturday, September 30th, 1916. A date just as hysteric as it is historic. A once-in-a-lifetime.
Thanks to you, Bill Brandt. Well, sport fans, we'll be back once again soon with another thrill-packed AFRS sports reel. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
AFRS Sports Reel. It's the AFRS Sports Reel, a quarter hour of highlights and sidelights from the colorful sporting scene, brought to you by America's top-flight sports commentators. Our sports cameramen today are Bill Stern, Bill Stewart, and Bill Brandt. Bill Stern is with us today to get the sports reel underway. He has a yarn about how a great baseball man got started on his career. How about it, Bill?
Many years ago, a young boy nicknamed Connie Mack needed a job. The only job he could get in the little town of Massachusetts where he lived was a job in the town jail. And so young Connie Mack became the janitor of his town's jail. It was his job to sweep out each morning and to feed the prisoners. One day into this jail was brought a man convicted of murder. However, for some reason, young Connie Mack and the murderer became good friends. On the last day before this murderer was to be executed, he called young Connie Mack to his prison cell.
Kid, you've been kind to me. Extra kind. You're the only one who has. They're going to hang me tomorrow.
I'm sorry, sir.
Well, Connie, while I'm gone, I haven't much use for anything now. But I've got something you can use. It's a diamond. Take it, son. It's a beautiful diamond. The police don't even know I have it. Someday, if you need money, you can sell this diamond. It won't do me any good anymore.
And so, young Connie Mack became the owner of a valuable diamond. About 3 years later, the youngster decided that baseball was to be his career. But Connie Mack had no money to get to the training camps or to buy the baseball equipment that he needed. And so young Connie Mack decided to sell that diamond that the murderer had given him. Having heard fantastic tales about Diamond Jim Brady and his great love for diamonds, Connie Mack came to New York and looked up the famous Diamond Jim Brady. Brady bought that diamond, giving Connie Mack $2,000 for it. And Connie Mack took that $2,000 that he'd received for the diamond and bought his first interest in a baseball team, a team later to be called the Philadelphia Athletics. The end of this story took place many years later. One day, Connie Mack received a letter. The letter was from one of the most famous women in America, the fabulous beauty Lillian Russell. And that letter began, Dear Connie Mack, I almost feel I know you because Diamond Jim Brady spoke of you so often. He was so proud that the diamond he'd bought from you had given you your start in baseball. Mr. Brady gave me that diamond, but he's dead now, and I am an elderly woman. My money is all gone, so I wonder if you'd care to buy back that diamond. It would help me now if you would. Signed, Lillian Russell. Connie Mack bought that diamond back, and being a kind man, Connie Mack decided to do a nice thing with that diamond. He remembered many years before when a man convicted of murder had first given that diamond to him. And so Connie Mack turned that diamond over to his lawyers with the plea that the money raised from the sale of this diamond be used someday to help another man convicted of murder. Connie Mack's lawyers sold that diamond, and they did use this money to free just such a man convicted of murder, a man who was in the Eastern Penitentiary. But here is the strangest part of this story. This man, whom Connie Mack's lawyers freed from jail with the money from Connie Mack's diamond, is a man who formerly played baseball for Connie Mack. His name is Sam Crane. And so a diamond has completed its cycle. Originally, a man convicted of murder gave that diamond to a youngster named Connie Mack. It was next sold to Diamond Jim Brady, then given to Lillian Russell, then back to Connie Mack, and finally to the aid of another man convicted of murder, a man named Sam Crane, who formerly played baseball for Connie Mack. And that's the story of a diamond that came from a murderer and was used years later to save another man convicted of murder.
Thanks a lot, Bill Stern. Bill Brandt and another of his thrilling once-in-a-lifetime tales will be with us in a minute. But first, here's Bill Stewart to tell you about a great sporting event of the past.
It all started in the winter of 1913 and 1914 when John McGraw and Charlie Comiskey took a couple of teams around the world on a tour. The usual kidding that went back and forth began to get under the players' skins until finally it wasn't merely part of the game, it was serious. Buck Weaver, the great shortstop of the Chicago White Sox, accused John McGraw and his New York Giants of being a powder puff club. He expressed a hope that someday they'd beat in the World Series. Well, it took 3 years for that wish to come through. In 1917, there they were, the White Sox and the Giants face-to-face to battle it out for the World Series gold. The White Sox held a meeting prior to the opening game, and they decided to surprise the Giants. Instead of coming out roaring, they trotted out, never saying a word to the McGraw men. The Giants, however, kept up a steady line of abusive chatter. The Chicago players ignored them and went on to win the opener 2-1. Still maintaining the rule of silence, the White Sox won the second game 7-2. The Giants got ready for the third game, and it was to be played on their home field this time. They realized they'd better cut out the horseplay and get down to business. Play ball they did, too. Lefty Ruby Benton blanked the White Sox 2-0, and Ferdy Shupp, another southpaw, duplicated the trick the next day 5-0. Next day, the White Sox sat on the steps of their dugout before game time and sharpened their spikes with files. During batting practice, Buck Weaver saw the Giants tossing the ball around near the right field line. He signaled for a couple of low and outside pitches and immediately started drilling line drives into the midst of the New Yorkers. The Giants scampered to their dugout, seething with rage. When the game finally got started, the Giants scored twice in the first inning. Chicago scored once in the third. The New Yorkers added a pair in the fourth to go ahead 4-1. Whenever a White Sox player went into a base, it was with spikes flying. The Giants were tagging the Chicago players with jarring blows, tags that left bone bruises. It looked as if a free-for-all would break out in the fifth when Happy Flesh slid into third base. Third baseman Heine Zimmerman ran across the diamond, followed by shortstop Art Flesher, but umpire Bill Clem calmed things down. The Giants held a 5-2 lead going into the last of the seventh, and the White Sox tied it up with 3 runs. In the eighth, Chicago scored another trio of tallies, and that meant the ball game. The Giant players were beside themselves with rage. Zimmerman tried to catch a White Sox player sliding into second and tossed the ball into center field. The Chicago bench took up the cry at Heine, and he started toward them. Again, Clem got things under control, and the game ended with Chicago winning. The White Sox also took the next game 4-2 to win the pennant. Yes, those were the good old baseball days, when every game, every inning, every out was a possible source of excitement.
It's time now to hear from Bill Brandt. His once-in-a-lifetime story for today concerns a football player who made good in spite of the fact that he wasn't a big guy. All right, Bill.
Ever since Kid David knocked out Man Mountain Goliath, it's always a major thrill in every mortal heartstring. The little fella knocking off the big guy. Jack the Giant Killer is a sport model hero. And this story's like that. Tomorrow, Colgate plays Yale. It's the first time since 1920. Lots of times since 1920, Colgate could have played Yale, and it's 2 giants against each other. Colgate had a whole series of All-American football players, great teams. But this story goes way back to the days when Colgate was a little college from way out in the country. Just a few hundred students. Just a breather game for Yale. Here's Colgate's first All-American, the first Red Raider ever named by Waller Camp. It's the year 1913, 33 years ago, and our man is Ellery Huntington, Jr., born and raised right here in the college town, Hamilton, New York. And Ellery's a real Jack the Giant Killer model. He weighs 140 pounds here on Yale Field November 1st. 3 times in the last 4 years, starting 1909, little Colgate came to New Haven just to take a traditional trouncing, just a breeze for old Eli. Colgate never even scored a single point all 3 games. And this year so far, look at Yale, riding high, undefeated. Not a single point scored against them. But Colgate today has ideas. Look at Huntington, a little firebrand. He takes off his helmet. His hair shines nearly white as snow. A brave little Jack on the beanstalk, but just wait till those Yale Giants start rolling. And here they go, and the crowd sits back for a Roman holiday. Roll over 'em, Eli, roll. Hey, what's the delay? What are they waiting for? Where's all that Yale power? Wake up! Oh, they're just taking it easy, just toying with these guys. Watch those Bulldogs open up any minute now. Maybe so, but the first period's almost gone. Look, Colgate has the ball at midfield. Hey, let's go, Yale. Get that ball. Start rolling. But here comes Wally Swartout, the Colgate fullback from Geneva, New York. Wally rips through Yale's right tackle for 10 yards. Now it's Bill Onley, the left halfback, a Brooklyn boy. Bill smashes through the middle for 5. Colgate has the ball on Yale's 35. The whistle. First period. They change goals. Now here's Huntington. He backs up. He fires a long forward pass. There's a wild scramble. around Yale's 15-yard line. Somebody's got it. Somebody underneath that big pile. Now a great shout from all over the stands. Yale's ball. Old Eli takes over. Hey, that was too close for comfort, the 15-yard line. But here comes Yale's famous tackle-around play. Here's Nelson Talbot from Dayton, Ohio. He has the ball and he's in the clear. Only the Colgate safety man in the way. But it's a fumble. The safety man, Huntington, scoops up the ball, heads for Yale's goal line. He twists and wriggles. He breaks through. But boom! Big Alex Wilson, Yale's fullback from Binghamton, New York, hits Huntington, pins him down 20 yards from Yale's goal. As they line up, the stands break out with the old "Hold 'em Yale, hold 'em Yale." And right here, already, this Colgate team has made history because no other Colgate team ever did that, forced an Eli cheering section to go into that "Hold 'em Yale." Now Bill Onley hits the Yale middle, 5 yards. Swartout gets 8 through tackle. First down for Colgate on Yale's 5-yard line. And here's Swartout again through center and all the way. Touchdown for Colgate. It's the first score against Yale all season, and the first ever made by Colgate against Yale in all history. No extra point, just 6-0. And now Yale's fighting mad. Yale gets the ball and drives to Colgate's 10-yard line. Nothing can stop Yale now. Look at him go. Wilson rips the middle for 5. Here's Carroll Knowles from Mamaroneck, New York. He runs wide to the left. He's over. Touchdown. Come on, the extra point. No good. Just a tie. 6-6. But the Yale rooters don't care. What's 1 point? We'll get $1 million now. Now? Well, here's the end of the half, and it's still 6-6. Here's the second half. A new Yale quarterback, Joe Thompson from Minneapolis. And here's Thompson catching a punt on Yale's 25-yard line. No, the ball gets away. And look at Fred Sefton, Colgate's left end from Holyoke, Massachusetts. Fred pounces on that ball. There's a horror in that groan now from the Yale rooters. Swartout smashes to Yale's 15. Onley goes to the 9. Then Onley fumbles. Grab it, Yale. And Ed Hubbard from Auburn, New York, recovers the ball for Yale. Carroll Knowles goes back to kick. He's standing almost on the goal line. Here's the pass from center. It's wild. The ball gets away. It bounds behind the goal line, a scramble. Now the referee is prying them all loose. Who's got it? Let's see. Yeah, there it is. Underneath the pile with the ball tucked snugly in his arms is Charlie Riley, Colgate's right end from Oswego, New York. Now that little bundle of Colgate rooters up in the stands sounds like a whole regiment. Now Colgate's in front again. Get that extra point, boys. Make it take a full touchdown to catch up with you. And it's Huntington who makes the vital try for a point. And it's good. Colgate 13, Yale 6. Now the big Bulldogs are desperate. But Huntington fires this fighting Colgate team to red fury. They turn back every Eli push. And now it's the last period. Huntington throws a pass to Paige McLaughlin from Olean, New York. Colgate's ball on Yale's 17-yard line. Yale throws back 3 smashes. Now it's 4th down. Colgate calls for a placement try. Joe Brooks, New York City boy, drops back to the 23-yard line. Huntington kneels down to hold the ball. Here's the pass from center. Huntington tees it up. Brooks swings his foot. There it goes. Right over the bar. 3 points. Colgate 16, Yale 6. But come on, Yale. And mighty Yale strives and strains, but there's a horn. Game over. Yes, great big Eli Yale is knocked out by little Jack Colgate. Here's the New Haven Sunday Register, a 3-column headline, quote, "Ouch, Colgate 16, Yale 6, end quote." Now here's Yale's Walter Camp picking his 1913 All-American. Who's his quarterback? Walter Camp reaches past all the great universities in the land. He names Ellery Huntington, Jr., 140 pounds of fire from this little college up country. And that's the monument to Colgate's great victory, November 1st, 1913. The first time little Jack Colgate ever even scores a single point against Yale, the mighty giant of the Big Three, a once-in-a-lifetime.
And that's another AFRS Sports Reel. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education. AFRS Sports Reel.
It's another thrill-packed edition of the AFRS Sports Reel. 15 minutes of colorful yarns about famous events and personalities from the sporting scene. Our commentators today are Jimmy Young and Bill Brandt. To get things underway, we'll hear from Jimmy Young. Jim's story for today is about Yale's immortal halfback, Albie Booth.
Yale University has had its share of great football players down through the years. But there was one Yale man whose name will never be forgotten on the campus at New Haven. You're sure to remember him. His name was Albie Booth. He weighed in at about 140 pounds, and he was spotting every opponent he ever met, an average of 50 pounds. But artful Albie was a giant killer. The bigger they were, the more they seemed to miss him. He could weave his way through a broken field like a miniature Red Grange. He could drop kick, punt, and pass. He was a sawed-off Superman in the 3 years he played for varsity football at Yale. Booth was a sophomore in 1929. The Eli coaches knew he was good when he reported for practice that fall, but he still was untried against big league competition. Yale came up against Army early in the season. This was the first real test for the Blue and for Booth. The cadets were tall, tough, and terrific. They had a great runner of their own, a fellow named Chris Cagle. Their heavy-handed line was rated one of the best in the nation. Booth was on the bench at kickoff time. The game's first break came early in the first quarter when Army's Cagle intercepted a Yale pass and skirted 57 yards through the Elis for a touchdown. Army made the point, and the score was 7-0 in favor of the cadets. In the second period, Army scored again. This time, it was Hertz Morrell who broke through the Yale line and rambled 29 yards for a touchdown. The kick was missed, but Army still led 13-0. The cheering cadets sat back and dreamed of a big score. On the Yale bench, a little guy in a blue shirt and white helmet got up. He sprinted into the game and reported to the referee. It was Booth. The Army players looked at Albie. They'd heard that he was good, but didn't he know that he was in there with the big boys now? Shortly after the next kickoff, Yale recovered an Army fumble on the cadet 35. In just 5 plays, Booth carried the ball and the Elis scored. The Yale line was charging furiously, and Booth was dancing through the holes they made. Albie made the touchdown and then kicked the point. The score was Army 13, Yale 7 as the second period ended. In the third quarter, Yale got the ball on Army's 35. Then it was Booth off tackle, then Booth around end, and then Yale was on the Army 1. Booth hit the center of the line. Army forward submarined the interference. There was only one thing to do, and Albie did it. He dove over the line for a touchdown, and he kicked the point, and Yale led 14-13. The cadets then elected to kick off, as the team scored upon traditionally has its choice of kicking or receiving. The ball sailed downfield to Booth on his own 30. He started upfield with those nervous short steps of his, bobbing, weaving, shifting. Every man on the Army squad had at least one shot at him, and some came back for a second helping. But there was no bringing Albie down. He planted the pigskin and pay dirt behind the Army goal after a 70-yard run. And then he kicked the extra point, and Yale led 21-13. Shortly after that, Booth left the game. There was no more scoring. The game ended 21-13. That night, the football world saluted a new member of the Immortals, a 140-pounder named Albie Booth.
Thanks, Jimmy Young. Before we hear from Bill Brandt with one of his popular once-in-a-lifetime tales, I'd like to tell you about a yarn I heard that I think merits retelling. A wrestling match once played a significant part in molding the destiny of a nation. It was in the year 1520. Francis I of France and Charles V of Austria were eyeing each other with suspicion. War between those two kingdoms was imminent. Francis had great respect for the Austrian army, and as he prepared for battle with his enemy, he tried his best to form a hasty alliance with the mighty Henry VIII of England. On a specified day, the British and French kings met in France. Their meeting place was at a spot between the towns of Ardres and Guinea. While the two monarchs discussed the making of a treaty, grand tournaments were arranged to brighten the festivities. Opposing knights measured their strength and skill at tilting and several other sports, including wrestling. Now it happened that the English King Henry became so excited while watching the wrestling bouts that he offered to wrestle the King of France, Francis. Henry was built very short, broad, and muscular. However, the King of France held the advantage in both height and skill, so Francis accepted Henry's challenge to wrestle. Under the watchful eyes of the assembled crowd of knights and courtiers, the two neighboring kings entered the sand-covered ring. A herald blew his trumpet, and the two monarchs, Francis of France and Henry of England, rushed at each other. Henry immediately applied a front body hold. He lifted the French king high into the air and hugged him in a bear-like grip. Francis, almost crushed, wheezed, puffed, and groaned, and putting forth a great last effort, he squirmed loose long enough to backheel his opponent. The King of England hit the dirt with a resounding thud. His face purple with rage and shame, Henry rose and left the gathering. He broke off the discussions and shortly afterwards withdrew from all alliances with France. And that's how it is that Francis I of France, by means of his prowess as an athlete, lost England's valuable aid in his struggle with Charles V of Austria. By 1550, after many years of unrelenting war, Austria finally defeated France. And ever since, exponents of the gentle art of wrestling haven't hesitated to throw a match here and there, because they'll tell you it's better in the long run to cooperate with your opponents. And now here's Bill Brandt and a yarn that takes us back 20 years. Come in, Bill.
When it's 1926, the number one World Series story is always Alexander and Lazzeri. Bases full of Yankees in the last game. The Cardinals ahead by only one run. The seventh inning, 2 out. Here comes Alec from the bullpen. That long walk across the outfield of Yankee Stadium. And here's Alec in the box. Lazzeri at bat, ready to swing. The Yanks ready to run. Now Alec's ready to pitch. Here it is. Outside, ball 1. Here it is again. Strike. No swing. Lazzeri just lets it go by. Now the next pitch. Boom! A long liner to left. It's heading for the stands. Lazzeri and all the Yankees are tearing along the baselines. But look, the ball is curving foul. It lands in the stands, but it's just a foul ball. Just a strike. Strike 2. All the Yanks go back to their bases. Lazzeri trudges back from first base to home plate. Tony brandishes his bat again. Now the pitch. Lazzeri swings and misses. Strike 3, and that's it. Alexander strikes out Lazzeri. The Cardinals are world champions. That's Sunday, October 10th, 1926, in New York. But our story now is October 5th in St. Louis, 5 days earlier, the third game of this 7-game series. The first 2 games were played in New York. Now here comes the World Series to St. Louis. In every city, the series brings a certain special type of hysteria, a combination of the Mardi Gras, New Year's Eve, and a Legion convention, all wrapped up in one whirling bundle of hoopla, and then something extra, too, something distinctly American. They don't have it anywhere else. And St. Louis in 1926 had it harder and louder than anywhere else I've ever been. St. Louis blows off the roof. Look, it's the first time. St. Louis has been looking at the World Series from the bottom up for 20 long years. And here it is, coming here at last. And it comes rolling in like drum fire, rising in tempo and volume for days and nights ahead of time. And then, wham, it explodes. And the blast reverberates to the Ozarks, makes old man Mississippi River rear like a 2-year-old. There's nothing like it in all World Series history. What a night, that eve of battle. Monday night, October 4th. The series stands even, 1-1, an even break on those first 2 games in New York. And here come the Cardinals home. St. Louis's first pennant winner in the last 38 years. Thousands of fans at the railroad station. And all over town, it's a Roman holiday. Bells ringing, factory whistles blasting, firecrackers going off on every corner. Bands playing and fans raving wild. And so is Old Man River. The tide of fans around Union Station sweeps aside 4 lines of cops. And down at the waterfront, even the river is raring with elation and whooping it up for the Cardinals. Old Man Mississippi sets a new high water mark for many years. And there it is in the official figures. Right there at the station, a delegation of fans presents a $5,000 automobile to the Cardinal manager, Rogers Hornsby from Winters, Texas. And now the St. Louis team goes off on a big parade all over town. Bands, cheers, ticker tape. And the party goes on all night. Nobody sleeps. Half the town is up making noise. The other half has to stay up. And now it's Tuesday afternoon, and here we are at Sportsman's Park. It's jammed tight and pulsing with noise. And here's noise from the sky, thunder. Look at those clouds. They're heavy, and they're black, and they're right over the ballpark. And 55 minutes before game time, here comes the rain. It's a downpour. The fans in the bleachers are soaked. Oh, boy, no game? Ah, the sun. Yes, the clouds move away. It's bright and sunny, and it's steaming hot. And that's just right for the Cardinal pitcher, Jess Haines. Old Pop Haines from Clayton, Ohio. But it's right for the Yankee pitcher, too, Dutch Ruther, Walter Ruther from Alameda, California. And here they go. They're red hot, both of them. It's no runs for either side the first 3 innings. And now it's the start of the fourth. Here comes that rain again. Yes, a sudden deluge. The umpires and players duck in a hurry. Bleacher fans get wet all over again. But it's all in fun. The clouds scamper away. Here comes the sun. Play ball. And it's a Yankee rally. Babe Ruth on second. Lou Gehrig and Lazzeri to drive Babe home and break this scoreless tie. But old Pop Haines knocks off Lou, then he knocks off Tony. 3 out, no runs. Murderer's Row has come and gone, and hooray for Haines. And now it's the Cardinals at bat in the fourth. First batter, Lester Bell from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Bing, a single to left. Now a sacrifice, then an intentional pass to catcher Bob O'Farrell from Waukegan, Illinois. This brings up Tommy Thevenow, the Cardinals shortstop from Madison, Indiana. The pitch, the swing, oh! Thevenow rolls one right at Lazzeri. It's made to order for a double play. Tony flips the ball to second base to the Yankee shortstop, Mark Coney. That's 1 out. Coney pivots, the throw to first. It's wild. The ball gets away from Gehrig. Thevenow's safe. Lester Bell rounds third and comes charging home. A run. St. Louis 1, New York nothing. And now you can hardly hear yourself think. Look, this batter, Jess Haines. Come on, Jess. No, take it easy, Jess. You got 1 run. That's all you need, Jess, old boy. But old Jess is not taking it easy today. This is his day. Dutch Ruther, the Yankee pitcher, cocks his left arm, lets it go. Here's the pitch. Old Jess swings. Crash. It's way out to right field. It's going into the pavilion. Yes, a home run. A homer by the Cardinal pitcher. Now a burst of sound from the fans. A cataclysm of joy. It cracks the sky wide open. Jess Haines trots majestically around the bases in back of Thevenow. The roar goes on, like water roaring through a broken dam. And it is a dam break of emotion, the pent-up feelings of a city hungry for the World Series for years and years. Another run in the 5th inning makes the final score 4-0. It's a shutout pitched by old Jess Haines. Jess blanks Babe Ruth and all the great Yankee sluggers, so St. Louis will remember for all time this first World Series game ever played here, October the 5th, 1926. Then on top of that, Jess Haines gives them something extra. He hits a home run himself, and his homer sends the whole city sky high and swinging on the stars. A once-in-a-lifetime.
Thanks a lot, Bill Brand. Well, that's all we have time for today, fellas. We'll be back soon with another quarter hour of highlights and sidelights from the sports parade. Then once again, you'll hear the familiar call of AFRS Sports Reel.
AFRS Sports Reel.
Greetings once again, sport fans, and welcome to another AFRS Sports Reel. 15 action-packed minutes featuring highlights and sidelights from the world of sports. Our commentators today, coming your way with camera angles on events and personalities from the sports parade, are Bud Morris and Bob Kelly. Here's our first sports close-up for the day, and our old pal Bob Kelly to tell us about an athlete of long ago named Pat O'Day.
It has been said of Patrick O'Day that he was a wrecker of fine football teams back in the late 90s. He was a kicking specialist in the day when football was a rushing, bruising game. In those days, 1897, 98, and 99, a team was required to advance the ball 5 yards in 3 downs. Therefore, the punt was rarely used except as a defensive tactic on 3rd down. But with O'Day gaining huge yardage on every exchange, the University of Wisconsin developed the kicking game, reserving the rushing attack until within scoring distance. Pat O'Day learned about kicking as a rugby star in Australia, and he put his knowledge to good use when he came to the United States and entered the University of Wisconsin. He was seldom permitted to carry the ball, as the Badgers were careful not to take a chance on losing their sensational kicker. As Wisconsin's fullback, O'Day was playing his last season with the Badgers. The annual game against Minnesota came in mid-November. The first half was a scoreless tie. The teams were evenly matched, and in that bruising ball game, neither team seemed to have enough edge at any time to score. And then came the second half. The Golden Gophers had the ball deep in their own territory. Wisconsin stopped Minnesota cold for 2 downs, and the Gophers were forced to kick. The kick was bad, and that was a break for the Badgers. Pat O'Day, in the safety position, was waiting for the ball in the mid-stripe. He signaled for a fair catch. And on the next play, Pat dropped the ball and attempted a drop kick of 50 yards. Well, the fans came to their feet for it looked like a perfect kick. From all appearance, the ball was traveling true to the mark. And then as the ball reached the goalpost, there was a sigh of woe. The kick had missed by inches. That gave the ball to Minnesota. But again, the Badger defense stopped the Gophers cold. And again, Minnesota was forced to kick. Pat O'Day was standing back on his own 40-yard line, waiting for the ball to come down. The Minnesota man was on top of Pat as the ball came nearer and nearer to O'Day's arms. The Gopher player undoubtedly expected O'Day to again signal for a fair catch because he waited, was completely off guard when the Wisconsin back started to run. O'Day, with the ball tucked safely under his arm, sidestepped his man and headed straight for the sidelines. As he ran to his left, several other Minnesota players moved down the field and began to close in on O'Day. But Pat outmaneuvered them all, sidestepping and weaving. And then Pat O'Day again did the unexpected. The kicking kangaroo was a right-footed kicker, and he was running to his left. And from this difficult position, he dropped the ball and swung his leg. His toe met the ball, and it sailed through the air. It was a tremendous kick, traveling over 60 yards. The spectators came to their feet. But this time, there was a great ovation for the Wisconsin kicker. The ball traveled squarely through the uprights and over the crossbar. It was one of the greatest drop kicks in the history of football. But if the crowd was surprised, Minnesota was stunned. The shocked Gophers completely bogged down. Pat O'Day's kick had broken the heart of Minnesota that day. It had been an even game up to that point, but from there on in, it was all Wisconsin. The Golden Gophers were a beaten ball club. Field goals counted 5 points in those days, and that was enough to win as Minnesota was held scoreless. But the Badgers went on to chalk up another 14 points. And that kick by Pat O'Day went down into the record books as one of the longest of all time. But it is even more remarkable when you consider the trying conditions under which it was executed. Perhaps that's why the Minnesota players lost heart, as they watched that ball sail 60 yards through the air and over the crossbar.
Thank you, Bob Kelly. Coming up next is an extra special treat for you Sports Reel fans. It's an exclusive interview with one of America's greatest all-time athletes. While playing football for the University of Michigan, he was chosen All-American twice. Then, after returning to civilian life following 4 years as a pilot in Uncle Sam's Army Air Corps, he proceeded to burn up the National League as a freshman in pro football. And right now, it's my pleasure to have you all meet Tommy Harmon.
Thanks, Bud. It's swell to be here.
Well, Tommy, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions that I'm sure will be of interest to our sports reel fans.
Shoot, Bud.
Well, first of all, Tom, here's a very problematical question. If you were to break into the clear from the 50-yard line and there was only one man between yourself and touchdown territory, what one player in football today would you fear the most?
Well, that's rather easy to answer, Bud, because the one man who I would fear the most happens to be playing for the Los Angeles Rams at the present time. His name is Bob Hoffman of the University of Southern California. I think that Bob Hoffman is one of the finest defensive football players in America today, if not the finest. He's a very surefire tackler. He doesn't miss often, whether it's close up behind the line or in the open field. And when he socks you, brother, you really know you've been rocked.
Well, Tommy, I imagine there are a number of people in Los Angeles, quite a few, who will agree with you on your choice, and also some of his opponents. How do you think the 11 best pro players at any given time would make out against the 11 best collegiate football players of that same period?
Well, I don't think it would even be a contest, Bud. Perhaps last year I might have been able to give you some type of an argument on that, but after having spent some time in the National Football League, I'd say that the one thing the pros have that the collegians do not have is experience. And when it comes right down to the final tab, that's what counts in a football game or any other sport. The pro boys know how to do things, do them quick, do them easy, and do them fast with the least exertion. As a result of that, the college ball players might be running all over the lot, but they wouldn't be getting anywhere with the pros. I don't even think it would be a contest where the two teams, mythical as it may seem, ever to meet on a football field. The pros just have too much experience to match the college boys, and for that reason I think they'd win easily.
You might say the same thing would be true of any other sport, golf, baseball.
And that's right. It doesn't make any difference what it is. Experience always counts, and you can't get that out of books or anyplace else. You've got to get it through experience.
And you're a man who should know. Tom, your football accomplishments have been so great that most people have lost sight of the fact that you were an outstanding basketball player at Michigan. If I'm not mistaken, you were chosen all-conference forward in the Big Ten for 2 years, and you led the league in points scored your senior year. Tommy, what do you think of the basketball situation this winter?
Well, I think that there's one group of people that are going to benefit from the basketball situation this winter, Bud, and by that I mean the fans. Basketball has really come into its own in the last 2 years in the United States. There have been a lot of people who really enjoy the game and a lot more people who have never seen a great deal of basketball who are going to take it up. The new professional leagues are starting in Chicago in the East and in the West and on the West Coast and everything else. A lot of great players, a lot of great names in basketball as there are in football. As you well know, it's my personal opinion that basketball, as it is played today, without the center jump, is the most grueling of all sports so far as physicalness is concerned. You've got to really be in top shape to play top basketball. And I think the fans all throughout the country are going to benefit greatly by the boys who are already now swishing them through the nets. Should be a great season all the way around.
Do you think basketball ever will come back in popularity to the prominence it enjoyed before the great rise of football as a national sport?
Well, I don't think there's any question about it. I think the truest indication of that is the fact that most colleges throughout the country today find that basketball is self-supporting, and that's very unusual due to the fact that football usually supported all the rest of the athletic endeavors such as baseball, track, and so forth on down the line. But basketball today, I understand, is self-supporting, and that's certainly an indication that the fans are liking it. They're paying money to come and see it, and it's going to be a great game.
Tom, I also understand that you were quite a baseball star during your school years. Tell me, how do you think the pennant races are going to stack up this year?
Well, I haven't been able to find out too much about the pennant races, Bud, because, as you know, right now is that good old hot stove league. Everybody's arguing who's going to do what and where and why and so forth. I imagine that the two teams that were in the pennant race and the World Series this past year will be right up there knocking on the door. The Cardinals with men like Musial and fellas like that, the Red Sox with Williams and Dora and those guys. You can't ever overlook ball players of that talent. Unless they are sold down the river or traded for some other ball players, I don't see how they can help but be right back in there knocking on the door. I do, however, look for great rejuvenation among the New York Yankees. Everybody remembers the famous killer's row of the Yankees. They're going to be back in there next year. They've got a very smart man and Larry McPhail in there running them, and they should be back in there winning ball games again.
One last question, Tom. We've covered baseball and basketball. Let's get back to football for a moment. Is there any one play of your collegiate football career that stands out in your mind as the most thrilling?
Well, that's very easy for me to answer, Bud, because it is a play I remember well. Although it happened 6 years ago, it wasn't a long run, as a lot of people might expect. I did get a great deal of satisfaction out of making a long run in college, but I think the greatest satisfaction I actually had in my football experience happened in the final game of my senior year when we played Ohio State at Columbus.
To go back into the story a little bit, we had a boy who was playing left halfback for the University of Michigan during my sophomore year, the time I was playing right halfback or blocking back. His name was Paul Cromer. He was from Lorain, Ohio, and a very, very fine running back. In the open field, Paul Cromer was just like a scared rabbit. Ran the 100 and almost 9.7 or under. He could really pick him up and lay him down when it was necessary. Paul Cromer played left halfback for the University of Michigan all throughout our sophomore year, and the beginning of our junior year, he had the misfortune to happen to catch one of those trick knees. It put him out of commission all the rest of our junior year, and he wasn't invited back for the squad come the senior year. Coach Chrysler didn't want to take the chance of hurting his leg anymore. Cromer came back on his own, stuck it out there, played good football, and showed that he could really pick him up and let him go when he had to. It was our last game as our senior year. Paul was a senior. He was an Ohio boy, so Fritz Chrysler started him at right halfback in the game against Ohio State. Played a swell football game, and after we'd marched down the field to our first touchdown, Paul Cromer was standing back in the safety position. He caught a long booming punt. I was lucky enough to get 2 men on one block, and Paul Cromer ran that ball back 84 yards for a touchdown. I think that one play was the play that broke Ohio State's back. They didn't have any fight left after that, and it made a new man out of Paul Cromer. He looked like he was going to have a little bitter feeling against football before that game, but after that game he changed a great deal. And I was very happy that I was able to do a little bit towards helping the kid along the way that way.
Well, Tommy, it's good to hear you speak of the blocking back. So much of the credit is given to the man with the ball these days, and a number of people, when they go out there Saturday to the stadium to see a game, keep their eye so much on the ball that they miss some of the most thrilling plays of the game and watching those backs take out the opposition.
Well, that's very true, Bud. Unfortunately, the newspaper boys always put the headlines, always give the write-up to the fellow that crosses the last white stripe. And it's not true, because football, indeed, is a team game. It takes 11 men to make a team. It takes 11 men to make a touchdown. Those boys up in front aren't knocking them down. It makes not the slightest difference how great a back you are. You've really got to be able to go. When those boys knock them down, that's when you work together as a team, and that's when you win football games.
Well, thank you very much, Tommy. It's been swell having you here with us on the Sports Reel, and we enjoyed that thrilling story. Can we count on hearing from you again soon?
Sure thing, Bud, anytime at all.
Thanks again, Tom Harmon.
And our thanks to you, Bud Morris, for bringing Tommy Harmon up to our Sports Reel microphone. The clock on the wall tells us that time's running short, though, fellas, so we'd better bring the curtain down on this session. It's been highlights and sidelights from the sporting scene with Bud Morris and Bob Kelly. We'll return soon with another thrilling edition of the AFRS Sports Reel. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
AFRS Sports Reel.
It's the AFRS Sports Reel. 15 minutes of highlights and sidelights from the sporting scene brought to you by the nation's top-flight sports commentators. With us today are Bill Brandt and Bob Kelly. 1946 World Series, there was a difference of opinion as to what one player could be called the GOAT of the series. Bill Brandt says this wasn't the case at all back in 1917.
Here's a GOAT story. G-O-A-T. The all-time #1 World Series GOAT. Nobody close. There's always a hero and always a GOAT. It's an old World Series custom. Sometimes it's hard to find the right GOAT. There's a lot of candidates. But this time, 1917, only one answer. Heine Zimmerman. Yes, nearly everything else about that series is long ago forgotten. Even Red Faber's 3 victories, 1 pitcher in 1 series. Everything except Heine Zim and his immortal gallop to glory. But it's the wrong kind of glory. Let's look at it. And here we are at New York's Polo Grounds, October 15th, 1917, the 6th game of the series. The White Sox have the edge in games 3-2. But here in New York, the Giants hold the edge, a big edge, 2 games, both won by the Giants, and both shutouts. The White Sox so far in this series have not even scored a single run here in New York. Their first shutout was by Rube Benton, Giant southpaw from Clinton, North Carolina. And here's Big Benton today, pitching for the Giants, going into the 4th inning, heading for another shutout. If Rube makes it, it ties up the series, 3-3. It's Benton against Faber, 0-0 after 3 innings. And here comes the 4th. And here goes the Benton shutout. And here also goes the ball game. And goodbye, World Championship. But it's not only here goes, but how it goes. This is the story that lives down the years. That first run scored by the White Sox in the last game of the series. Here we go. First White Sox batter, Eddie Collins. Yes, Collins of the Hall of Fame. General Manager Collins of today's Boston Red Sox. In 1917, Eddie's socks are white. And here's the pitch. Collins rolls a grounder to second base. Right at the Giants' third baseman, Heine Zimmerman, a New York City boy. The throw to first, it's wild, it gets away. There goes Collins to second base, safe. Next batter, Joe Jackson, Shoeless Joe from Brandon Mills, North Carolina. One of the great hitters of all time. The pitch, the big swing, but Benton's a tough pitcher. It's just a pop fly to short right field. There's the right fielder under it, Dave Robertson from Portsmouth, Virginia. No, it gets away. A muff. Jackson safe on first base. Collins tagging up at second, rushing over to third. Men on first and third, nobody out. 2 rank errors. Could you blame Rube Benton if he cracks wide open right now? Does Rube Benton blow up? Well, here's the next batter, Oscar Felch. Happy Felch from Milwaukee. The pitch, the swing. Boy, this Benton has what it takes. Look, that big swing only hits a feeble bounder right back to the pitcher's box on one hop, and Benton has it. And what's he going to do? He can get a double play if he throws to second base quick. But there's Collins on third. Collins will score even if it's a double play. There's nobody out, you know. And it spoils that shutout. And it puts the Sox ahead, 1-0. So Benton decides to go after Collins. Where's Collins? There he is. 3 jumps off of third base, heading home. Benton turns. Collins stops in his tracks. Collins stands still. What can he do? He's a dead duck if he tries to dive back to third base. He's a deader duck if he goes for home plate. So Collins freezes. Collins waits for Benton to throw, then he'll duck the other way. But Benton refuses to throw. Benton waits for Collins to make a move. Everybody else in the ballpark's moving, either moving or yelling. Jackson and Felch are running for their bases. Giants are running and yelling both. The whole ballpark full of fans is screaming. But Benton looks at Collins, and Collins looks at Benton. Then Collins moves, but it's neither one way or the other. It's just a move of the arm. Collins waves his arm to Jackson and Felch. Look at them over behind Benton, running for their bases. Collins waves, hurry! And that sudden wave of Collins' arm brings action from Benton. Benton throws the ball to third base, to Zimmerman. Now Collins jumps the other way, for home plate. But Zimmerman has a flying start. Zimmerman is after Collins with the ball, tries to tag him out. But Eddie Collins in 1917 is the fastest man alive on a baseline. Collins gathers speed with every stride. Zimmerman gets close enough for one more slap at Collins, almost tags Collins, but after that miss, there's no more chance. Step by step, Collins opens up distance. Collins is a step and a half ahead when they both cross home plate. A run for the White Sox. Their first run in New York this whole series. And there's Zimmerman, standing on home plate, slapping the ball in his glove. What else can he do with it? Jackson is on third. Felch is on second. The umpire calls time. And now the 50,000 fans are filling the air with that awful sound, the rhubarb chorus. A howling serenade of ridicule and jeers. And there's Heine the Zim, standing on home plate and taking it all alone by himself. It's his own home grounds in his own hometown. And there he stands on home plate, the GOAT. Well, that's the breakup of the series. The next thing's a single by Chick Gandil. Jackson and Felch go across the plate. It's 3 runs for the Sox in this 4th inning, and they win the game, 4-2. And that ends the series, 4-2. The White Sox are world champions, and Zim is the GOAT.
Thank you, Bill Brandt. We'll listen for one of your famous once-in-a-lifetime yarns later in the show. But first, here's Bob Kelly and a story about a truly great golfer. Take it away, Bob.
Walter Hagen will ever be remembered for his golfing deeds, and even though he may be an old gaffer with his golden past behind him, he probably can still bounce out on the green, lush fairways and knock off a sensational round of golf against the world's best players today. What memories go swirling by at the mere mention of the name of Walter Hagen. One will never forget the first time Hagen went to England. He had never been east of the Ambrose Lightship before, but because he had cleaned up everything in golfing sight in this country, he went across the bounding sea to match drives with the Vardens, Braids, and other such golf immortals who were the head men of golf at that time. No American before had ever been successful at St. Andrews. Englishmen had crushed them quickly every time some American showed his head on English turf. For the ancient game of golf up to that time was all English, and so Britannia ruled the fairways with a stern golf hand. But that hardly bothered the brash rookie, Walter Hagen. He arrived there, and his first remark was, "I'll chase all you bums into the Atlantic Ocean." I never saw an Englishman yet who could play golf or anything else, for that matter. And so what happened? The boastful Hagen was soundly trounced and sent back home to the States. But that hardly disturbed Walter. He laughed and said, "I'll be back next year," but they hooted him home. But when another year rolled around, Walter Hagen came back to England and won every title that wasn't nailed down, and even a few that were. And among other things, he played a most amusing little drama with the former King of England, then the Prince of Wales, and now the Duke of Windsor. He was invited to play this royal personage a round of golf. On the day of the game, the Prince of Wales arrived, but had to wait for 2 hours. But no Hagen showed up. Finally, as the prince was about to pack up his clubs and go back to his castle, Walter Hagen breezed along in a big fancy Rolls-Royce limousine. He leaped out and, grinning cheerfully, said to the Prince of Wales, "Sorry, son, but my alarm clock misfired. Drive off, kid, it's your honor." Probably the last one you'll get today. And indeed it was, for he gave the prince as royal a golf beating as it is possible to do. And when it was all over, he grinned cheerfully and waved his hand, jumped into his car and shouted, "Goodbye, Princey, old boy. Glad to give you the treat to play with the great Walter Hagen." Yes, such was Walter Hagen in his golden prime. His every move was splashed with large dabs of bright color and breathless moments of thrills. Indeed, he was one golfer who will never be forgotten whenever the 19th hole is played.
Thanks to you, Bob Kelly. Now here's Bill Brandt with a tale about the first college football game of all time. It took place in 1869, 77 years ago. In 1946, Princeton mauled a visiting Rutgers team 14-7. But it was a different story that first of all collegiate football games.
In 69, it was across New Jersey at New Brunswick on the Raritan River, Rutgers. And Rutgers won that one 6-4. And they rang the bell on top of Queens College, victory. And that old bell's also ringing out the birth of intercollegiate football, a sport destined to step up top. #1 in America every time the autumn leaves turn to gold. Down the years after that, the game of football grew big and tall, and it spread from coast to coast. Rutgers played Princeton again and again, but the old bell never rang. Why? Because it's always victory for Princeton. The old bell had nothing to say. 69 years rolled by. 35 times it's Rutgers against Princeton. The winner, always Princeton. Now it's 1938. Rutgers has a new stadium and a new coach, a big firm-jawed coach named Harvey Harmon. He learned football from Pop Warner at Pitt. He coached Haverford and Sewanee in Pennsylvania. Now here in 1938, Harvey Harmon's moving in at Rutgers. And it's dedication day for the brand new stadium, November the 5th. The actual birthday of football was the 6th, but in 1938, the 6th is Sunday. And this birthday party here at Rutgers is really a triple header. The new stadium, the game of football, and the new coach. Yes, it's Harvey Harmon's birthday, too. How about a present for the coach? Victory over Princeton. Oh, that's a large order. Princeton's a higher league. Rutgers, just a country cousin upstate. No chance. Up in a little booth near the press box, a warm booth with glass windows, here's George H. Large, Rutgers old grad, class of 1872. George Large played in that first football game of all time, back in 69. He's the only man alive who ever saw Rutgers beat Princeton. He can say, "I was there." The only man alive who ever heard the bell, that old bell on top of Queens College. And now it's the kickoff, and it looks as if George Large is going to continue to be the one and only. Look, Rutgers is pinned against their own goal line. A kick. It's blocked. Princeton's ball on Rutgers' 7-yard line. Here's a flying tiger, Jack Daniel from Jacksonville, Florida. An end-around play. There he goes. Touchdown. No extra point, but it's very early. There goes a big 6 up on the board for Princeton. Yes, that long lane, 69 years, always leading to victory for Princeton. Guess that lane won't ever turn. But Rutgers has a halfback from Brooklyn, Art Gottlieb. The kickoff, Art Gottlieb gets it. He's off the 30, the 40. He's across midfield, all the way to Princeton's 40-yard line. Now Gottlieb fires a forward pass, complete. It's to Parker Staples from Dedham, Massachusetts. He takes it to Princeton's 8-yard line. Come on, Rutgers! The lineup. It's the Rutgers fullback, Bill Tronovich from Norwood, Massachusetts. Into the line, 5 yards. Now Tronovich again. He's over. Touchdown. Now the try for point. The kicker, Len Cook, Rutgers left tackle from Amityville, New York. Good. Rutgers 7, Princeton 6. Get ready, bell. The roar of the crowd makes the old bell quiver a bit in the tower. But now that's too good to be true. Here's the Tigers snarling. Here's the second period. The Tigers claw their way up the field. It's a pass. Daniel gets it. Rutgers 5-yard line. He's down. There's the ball jumping out of his arms. It's over the goal line. And a swarm of players on top of it. And they're mostly Tigers. And yes, it's Dick Purnell, Princeton man from Baltimore. Touchdown for Princeton. Again, no extra point, but it's 12-7, and the Scarlet of Rutgers turns back again to deep purple. And it gets deeper and deeper. Princeton has a fine forward passer, Stanley Pearson, Jr., son of the national squash champion from Chestnut Hill, Pennsylvania. Pearson passes again and again. Now it's the Tigers' ball on the 2-yard line. Now Pearson gets tired of passing. He fakes a pass, then he walks over the goal line. No extra point, but it's 18-7 for Princeton, and deep purple gloom on the banks of the old Raritan. 2 minutes to play in the first half. Now the new Rutgers coach sends in a new set of plays. Look at Rutgers go. 9 plays, 62 yards. Now a pass, complete. The ball on Princeton's 1-yard line. The Rutgers passer now is Herman Greif, a New Brunswick local boy. He fakes a throw, then he dives at the line, the gun. End of the half, but Greif's over. The play was on when the gun went off. It counts. So it's Princeton 18, Rutgers 13. And it's that way all through the third period. A red-hot battle, no score. And the fourth period grinds away. It's nearly over. Here's Rutgers punting from midfield. A muff. Rutgers gets the ball on Princeton's 12-yard line. Now Gottlieb is passing again for Rutgers. 3 blanks. Now it's 4th down. There it goes. Another pass. Complete. To Jack Mullen in the end zone. Touchdown for Rutgers. And the extra point. Now it's Rutgers 20, Princeton 18. Now the Tigers snarl back with super Tiger fury. The gun! That's all. Game's over. And the crowd stampedes. It rolls over the field and it buries the Rutgers bench. And it showers congratulations on the Rutgers coach. His birthday punches 100 for every year of his life. But listen. Bing, bong. It's a bell. Hey, it's the old bell on top of Queens College. It never rang for 69 years. That's a long time for a bell to hold its tongue. But there it is. Music for the triple birthday. The game of football, Rutgers' new stadium, Rutgers' new coach, and something extra. Victory over Princeton. The first time in 69 years. The first since 1869. And how about George Large, Rutgers, class of 72? The only man alive from that 1869 Rutgers team. He can say, I'm the only man who ever saw Rutgers lick Princeton. I'm the only man who ever heard that bell. Well, here's George Large now, and he looks out across the treetops at the old Queen's Tower, the bell, and he says, old girl, you and I, we're the only ones who ever saw it happen twice.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
AFRS Sports Reel.
Once again, the magic camera eye swings your way to bring you the AFRS Sports Reel, America's top-flight sports commentators bringing you inside stories on personalities and events from the sporting scene. With us are 3 regular contributors, Bob Kelly, Bill Stewart, and Bill Stern. First up, here's Bill Stern with a yarn concerning a great American statesman. Come in, Bill.
This is the story of a man to remember. He's dead now, but as long as stories are told, his story will live on to inspire athletes the world over. There's little use in your trying to guess his name. I don't think you can. Supposing you just sit back and listen to the story and see how much of it you already know. Like most men, his childhood was destined to shape his manhood. For as a young boy, he loved sports. He loved tennis, golf, wrestling, racing. He loved to ride horseback. Sometimes he rode as much as 100 miles a day. I wish I could say he loved all sports, but he didn't. He hated the game of football. He thought that football was brutal, that it was a waste of time. And yet, curiously enough, it was this very man in 1905 who saved the game of football, for football that year had killed 32 youngsters. And from one end of this nation to the other, there arose a great hue and cry to do away with the game of football. The churches of America banded together to stop this game. States began to pass laws to make football illegal. It seemed that everybody was against football. And yet this one man who hated the game, was the one man who saved it. For it was he who wrote a letter that became famous, a letter that reportedly read, "Yesterday a mother came to see me. Her boy had been killed in a football game. Yet she, who'd lost her son through this game, asked me to do everything in my power to save the game. She said that it would have been her son's wish that football go on. And she assured me that if the rules of football were changed, there wouldn't be any more death. Therefore, I say, if this woman who has suffered such a tragic loss can think so much of the game of football, then the game must be worth saving." That letter made history. The mother was Mrs. Von Gammon. Her son had been killed at the University of Virginia. And yet, because of her and that letter, football was saved. But what about the man who wrote that letter? He was to make history in other ways. For of all the sports, he loved boxing the best. He was a very good boxer himself, and for many years he used to love to put on gloves and box with his friends. In fact, one of his boxing bouts had to be kept a secret. For in this particular boxing bout, he was accidentally struck in the eye. And although the best doctors in the country worked on his eye to try and save it, blood poisoning set in, and the eye had to be removed. Very few people knew that now he had only one eye, and yet even fewer people knew when he lost that eye in a boxing bout. It had to be kept quiet, for you see, this man was living in America's most famous house when he lost that eye in a boxing bout. Yeah, this man who lost that eye in a boxing bout was living in the White House when it happened, for he was then the President of the United States. His name was Teddy Roosevelt.
Thanks, Bill Stern. Now here's Bob Kelly with a story from the colorful baseball world.
The George Sislers, the Jim Bottomleys, the Lou Gehrig's, and Bill Terrys have come and gone in baseball. Great first basemen all, and their diamond deeds are written deep into the history of the national pastime. But the old-timers who saw Hal Chase in his prime will tell you that he was the greatest of them all. Some baseball men will swear that Hal Chase used to come all the way in from first base to take a foul fly ball behind the catcher. Chase spent 15 years in the major leagues, and never was there so much excitement packed into such a short time. Prince Hal, as they called him, started a modern school of first base play. Major league first basemen, up to Hal's arrival in the big time, have been old catchers or outfielders with dead arms who served as fairly stationary targets for the put-out throws of teammates. But Hal Chase changed all that. He was the granddaddy of the modern Fancy Dan first sackers. He accepted all chances near and far. And instead of merely holding down the bag, Chase covered his territory like a Mexican jumping bean. Chase attracted the attention of baseball managers while a student at Santa Clara. He spent a couple of years in the minors and came up to the New York Yankees in 1905. His tempestuous career with the Yanks was emblematic of things to come. He started at least one brisk first-class row by every season. His baseball wanderings read like a greyhound tour. And the stories of his feuds with managers, owners, teammates, the press, and baseball authorities are legendary. Prince Hal was up one day, down the next. In 1906, he tied the major league record for putouts with 22 in one game. That record still stands today. But in 1908, Chase jumped the Yankees and went to play in the outlawed California State League. A league ruling brought him back to New York. But by 1910, Chase was involved in a bitter feud with manager George Stallings. The following season, the feud came to a climax. Stallings was ousted, and Chase became the manager. The Yanks were in second place when Prince Hal took over. When the season ended, the club had dropped all the way to sixth. The next year, Frank Chance was named manager, but Chase was retained as first baseman. Hal couldn't get along with Chance, however, no more than he could with Stallings, so he was traded to the White Sox in Chicago. He lasted 1 year with the Pale Hose and then moved to Buffalo, then a member of the old Federal League. There then started a movement to bar Chase from re-entry in the major leagues, and that seemed to be the end of Prince Hal's baseball career. But in 1916, the Cincinnati Reds brought him up again. As though to prove to his opponents that he deserved a place in the big time, Chase compiled a batting average of .339 to carry off the league title. Chase lasted with the Reds until 1918. Christy Mathewson, one of the greatest pitchers of all time, who was managing Cincinnati at the time, accused Chase of betting on games and kicked him off the club. Prince Hal was down again, and it appeared that surely he was through this time. But shortly thereafter, the National League president exonerated the first baseman, and John McGraw, manager of the Giants, brought Hal back into the majors. Once more, Hal Chase surprised his critics. He was up again. The Fancy Dan made good with the Giants, and for a couple of years was a mild-mannered player. But in 1920, something happened. Without any explanation whatsoever, Chase failed to return his contract to the Giants and wandered to the Coast League. In that same year, the Black Sox scandal of the previous World Series broke into the headlines. Chase was mentioned in the newspapers, but he never appeared at the hearings. Whatever part he played in the affair, if any, remains a mystery to this day. For the next 8 years, Hal Chase drifted through the West and Southwest playing ball. But this was his last trip down. He never came back to the majors. Thus ended one of the most hectic careers in baseball history. Hal Chase's life was one mistake after another. He certainly was no model for American youth. The old-timers are loud in their praise for this flashy first baseman. They call him the greatest of all times, and perhaps they're right.
Thanks, Bob. That was swell. Now, coming up next, we have an extra special treat for you sports reel fans. It's an exclusive visit with America's 8th sports authority. Fellas, I'd like to have you all meet a grand guy, Grantland Rice.
Well, hello, everybody.
Hi, Mr. Rice. You know, it's certainly swell to have you with us here today. Now, if it's all right with you, I'd like to throw a couple of questions your way. So how about it, huh?
Well, anything goes with me, Bill.
Oh, that's swell. You know, your All-American football teams that are published each year are generally recognized as being the official best 11. I wonder if you'd venture to name, let's say, the 4 men that you consider the greatest backs of modern football.
Well, that's a very tough problem because you've got the college game and you've got the pro game. I would say that the best all-around back today I know is Bob Waterfield. He's a pro, UCLA, a great back. Trippi of Georgia. And Davis, I would say, of Southern California, now with the Army. Those are the 2 outstanding backs, I would say, right now.
Well, that's just great. Now, is there any one man that, that you consider to be the best all-around player of all time?
No, I don't think you can do that. I think the best all-around player, if I had to make a guess, was Bronco Nagurski for this reason. He was a great tackle, he was a great end, he was a great fullback, a fine passer. Jim Thorpe was the greatest back I've ever seen, but Nagurski was the greatest all-around player.
Well, that's swell. Now, I heard that at a recent sports award dinner here in Los Angeles, Mr. Rice, you thrilled the assembled guests with a wonderful poem that was based on the life of Amos Alonzo Stagg and also Connie Mack. Now, would it be too much to ask you to read it for us now?
Well, I'll tell you something about that. The poem wasn't so wonderful, but Connie Mack was wonderful and Lonnie Stagg were wonderful. And the angle was that I was those 2 men I've known for over 40 years, both of them. And this is just a little tribute I paid those 2 fellas. I call it to Connie and Lonnie, the Gee Whiz Kids. And it goes something like this.
Fine, let's hear it.
When Time was just a little lad, before his beard turned gray, 2 Gee Whiz Kids were on the job, the heroes of their day. They both starred in the Trojan War, where Hector took his dive, and both were at Thermopylae to check the Persian drive. They take us back to vanished years, before the spoken word, when dinosaurs were blocking backs and troglodytes played third. They've rolled the flaming years aside. They've set time on his back. So, here's a cup to Lonnie Stagg, and one to Connie Mack. When Hannibal rode down the Alps and Caesar conquered Gaul, these gee-whiz kids were winning games with plenty on the ball. And who can now forget their fame in headlines black and large, when side by side at Gettysburg they stood to Pickett's charge? I'd like to ask them here tonight just how, in comment free, they ranked the Grecian phalanx with a single wing and T. And on his slate, now out of date, where old stars shine and gleam, Kid Homer picked the both of them upon his all-time team. Though snows of winter crown their heads on time's forgotten charts, the sunshine of eternal spring still lingers in their hearts. Though man has beaten man before within this vale of tears, these two alone upon the throne have whipped their mighty years. Foursquare to all the winds that blow, from palm to upland pine, their story is the glory of a game that's clean and fine. And may they reign forever on a laurel-bordered track. So, here's a cup to Lonnie Stagg and one to Connie Mack.
Well, say, that's really swell, Mr. Rice. You know, there's something that's been puzzling me 2 or 3 times. I've kind of thought about it. Just exactly what do you think about the importance of sports for the men in the armed forces overseas? I mean, how do they rate?
I think they rate very high. I happen to be a very bum lieutenant in the First World War. And I was stationed in Germany after the war was over, and I happen to know the need of sports for those fellows, the thousands of troops, the American troops that are over there. That goes for the British troops, too. They like sport. I think sport means a great deal to the armed forces overseas. It's not only a physical development, but it's much more important in this respect that it's also a mental recreation for those fellows. And I think we should do everything we can to give those men overseas all the sport that we can give them.
Well, thanks a million, Grathland Rice. It's really been swell hearing from you. We certainly appreciate your taking time from your busy schedule to chat with us today on old AFRS Sports Reel. So thanks once again. The best of everything to you from all the fellows in the armed forces.
And thanks again for letting me be here with you.
Our appreciation goes to you, Bill Stewart, for bringing Mr. Rice to our Sports Reel microphone. Well, that's all there's time for this session, fellas. This is Sergeant Jimmy Young, hoping you'll be in the Rooter section when we return soon with another action-packed edition of the AFRS Sports Reel. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
AFRS Sports Reel.
Yes, it's another colorful edition of the AFRS Sports Reel. That means 15 minutes of highlights and sidelights from the nation's top flight sports personalities. Sergeant Jimmy Young is with us today,
He's brought along, too, a sportsman famous the world over. Now, here's Jimmy Young.
Coming up, we have another Sports Reel exclusive. It's a visit from the world's two top-ranking tennis players, the Davis Cup champions Jack Kramer and Ted Schroeder. How are you, fellas?
Just fine, Jimmy.
Just fine.
I imagine it feels pretty good to be back in the States, although I suppose you did enjoy your trip over yonder.
Well, Jimmy, speaking for myself, I can say I enjoyed the trip, but there's always one good thing about going away from the United States. You always get to come back, and that's the best part of the trip.
Well, how did you find the hospitality down there in Australia?
Well, Jimmy, I have heard a lot about Southern hospitality, but I think they run a very, very close second to the Australian people. They're the finest I've ever run into.
Well, we've heard rumors to that effect. I know they were certainly fine during the war, and it's good to get this peacetime relationship going again. Jack, how does tennis rate as compared to other sports in Australia?
Well, Jimmy, tennis down in Australia ranks as it's about a tie for first with cricket and football. They're all three the major sports, like our football, baseball, and track and so forth. I think that's the reason why they've got so darn many good tennis players for such a small number of people.
They really take a big interest in it down there, then.
Oh, boy, they start those kids out when they're 11 and 12 years old and younger. They start right in our grammar school age. And you either take up cricket or tennis. And cricket's pretty slow. It takes 6 days to play a match, so most of them play tennis.
Well, Ted, maybe you can tell us then what threat to American tennis supremacy would you see in these young Australian players?
Well, Australia's in about the same position as we are as regards youngsters coming up. Maybe a little worse. They were at war 7 years. We were at war about 4. For that reason, there's a gap. They have their players, their championship caliber players are 27, 28, some up as high as 30. They only have one player who is what you might call rather young, and that's Jeff Brown, who went to 3 finals at Wimbledon. There is a gap between him and the youngsters coming up, the same as there's a gap here between fellas like Jack and myself and the rest of the juniors. The war knocked tennis back a little. Naturally, nobody developed during that period.
In other words, they're going to have to more or less wait for another generation of tennis players to come to the fore in Australia.
Not another generation, but it's going to take them. They're going to have to struggle along with what they've got for, I would say, 2 to 3 years, wouldn't you, Jack?
Yeah, at least 2 to 3 years.
And unfortunately, we're in just about the same position, with the possible exception of we have 2 very good prospects, Tommy Brown and Bob Falkenberg. And either or both could develop into really great tennis players. Whether they will or not remains to be seen.
Well, turning now from the picture of tennis as a whole, let's get down to some of the finer points in the game. What about this two-handed stroke that I understand some of the players, Australian and I believe a few here in the States, use? Is it common there?
It isn't very common. There were only 3 players that use it. It was all started back in 1933 by Vivian McGraw, who was the youngest man ever to play a Davis Cup match when he played for Australia at the age of 17. Then Bromwich took it up, and after Bromwich, Jeff Brown. Over in this country, the only exponent of the two-handed shot is Pancho Segura. It isn't too common, really, but it is amazing the accuracy that these Australians get with the shot, particularly Bromwich.
In other words, they can place their shots a little bit better, is that it?
It's a good shot, Jimmy, and talking about what Ted was trying to say there, I wouldn't say that many of the good players use it down there, but looking out over the fields when they have a numerous amount of courts in all these big tennis clubs, well, you see a lot of the kids naturally playing the two-handed shot because Bromwich is their hero.
Oh, I see.
And you're naturally going to copy the big boy. Well, I think they're going to discard that a little from this recent, the outcome of the Davis Cup matches, because it was proven that you just can't reach far enough to get fast balls. If you're playing against a slow type of game, why, the two-handed shot's all right. But once they start hitting them hard and wide to you, you lose that extra 2 or 3 feet, and it just puts a big gap in your court that you'll never recover from. I think that the two-handed shot is definitely going out.
Well, Jack, is the point of the stroke more or less accuracy or force?
Well, Segura uses his force, and Bromwich uses it for accuracy. Now, Bromwich, he's awfully good with that shot because using two hands, you can hold your just sort of a flick of the wrist at the last minute, and when a man gets the net on you, you can outguess him usually. That's a strong point of it. But like I say, it still doesn't make up for the great weakness that you just can't reach most of the balls.
Well, now, here's another subject, the Davis Cup. How long has it been, Ted, since there's been a defense of the Davis Cup?
This is the first one in 7 years. The last one was in 1939. Australia defeated the United States 3-2 in the challenge round. There's an amazing parallel in history between this war and the last. In 1914, Australia defeated the United States on the eve of World War I. Then, 25 years later, Australia again defeated the United States in the challenge round on the very eve of World War II. In 1920, the first time that the United States challenged after World War I, a two-man team was sent down to Australia and defeated the Australians 5-0. In 1946, the first challenge after World War II, a 6-man team was sent down, and we again beat them 5-0. So you see, history does repeat itself.
It does at that. Say, during the war, there was no real defense of the cup, and there was no real competition. And I just wondered if you fellows individually got any chance to practice while you were in the service. How about you, Jack?
Well, I was in the Coast Guard, Jimmy, and for the first 18 months I was in, I was stationed around California, and mostly at bases, out at Catalina for a while, and I could play tennis on the weekends, and I played 2 or 3 tournaments during that time. Went back and played in the national championships in 43. That was, I guess, one of the 3 tournaments I played in 43. I got back to Forest Hills and was runner-up. Then I got in the Coast Guard Academy and got a commission and played 1 tournament here in California, and I was shipped out, and that was the end of my tennis.
Too bad they didn't put you on a flat top. You could get out there on the decks and get a little practice.
A lot of good badminton on those flat tops. I remember that going over.
How was your wartime career as far as tennis was concerned, Ted?
I didn't play any with the exception of about a 4-month period. The late Joe Hunt and myself were going through flight training together. We went all the way through together until he was killed down in Daytona Beach in February of 1945. But while we were going through flight training, we'd managed to sneak out maybe an afternoon or so a week and play a little. And Joe, as you know, is our national champion in 1943. And I knew Joe very well, and so it was rather nice for the time that we were together. Aside from that, though, I didn't play any either.
Let me ask you another question here, Ted. I understand that your opening match with the Australian ace, John Bromwich, was called the turning point of the series due to your decisive victory. Was there any particular strategy that you used in defeating him?
Well, I'd taken a beating from him about 3 weeks earlier, and I tried to analyze what I'd done wrong. It seemed that I wasn't hitting my first volley away, and that he was passing me on his second attempt to pass me. So I remembered how Bob Riggs had played him in 1939. Bobby used a lot of stop volleys. In other words, when Bromwich would hit a ball at his feet, instead of trying to volley the ball hard by Bromwich for an ace, well, he'd stop it right close to the net. And I must have made, 25 or 50 of those shots during the match, and I won a lot of points outright, and it cut down my number of errors to the point where I was able to beat him in 5 sets, where 3 weeks earlier I'd lost to him in 3 straight sets.
Well, with a strategy like that, you'd more or less tire him out.
Well, who tired who is a moot question, because my tongue was hanging out a little at the end of the match, I guarantee.
This Davis Cup is a pretty valuable piece of silverware, isn't it, Jack? I wonder if you had any trouble bringing it back to the States.
Golly, no, Jimmy. The Australian association was very nice about that. After we won the cup, naturally, Ted and I weren't staying around for the rest of the tournament, so we persuaded Walter Pate, the captain, to bring it along. He had to call up our national association and get permission because it is very valuable as the finest trophy, I guess, in international competition of all sports, and it would be a great shame if it went down. It had never flown before, but they got permission, and they crated it up, and we had it on the plane with us at all times. Had a little trouble in San Francisco. The government wanted to see whether we were smuggling things inside the cup or not, so they checked it, and we had a pretty good display of it down here in Los Angeles. They rode it around a little Jeep and gave us all a big kick, and I don't know how the cup liked it, but the people of Los Angeles seemed to.
You made such an excellent showing down there in Australia. You must have been playing together for quite some time. Just how long is it, Ted, that you and Jack have been together on the courts?
Well, I guess actually 12 years now, though we didn't start playing doubles together until 1939, but we've been battling one way or another since about 1935.
That is in a sporting sense you've been battling.
Well, sometimes it hasn't been too sporting.
Ted, when did you start playing tennis?
I really can't remember that far back. I was very I was very, very young, I know, and I was always very small until about I was about 18 or 19 when I finally did manage to grow a little, but it must have been, I couldn't have been over 9 or 10 when I first started.
Say they started
well,
out young in Australia.
Won the under-13 championships in Southern California twice. That was in 33 and 34.
Yeah. I won it. I was 11 years old when I won it the first time. Incidentally, I beat Mickey Rooney in the first round of the first tennis tournament that I ever played in my life.
Well, Jack, your comment seems to have overcome Ted's modesty a little bit. Now, how about something from you? When did you start playing tennis?
Well, I started when I was 13, Jimmy, and my dad bought a couple rackets. We were living in San Bernardino, California at the time, and we used to get away. He worked for the railroad, and when he was in and I was out of school, well, we'd play a little. I really didn't start playing tournaments, though, until the following year, where I saw Ted the first time in Santa Monica. He was a big wheel at that time, and I was just one of the boys walking around.
Well, it certainly has been fortunate for the game itself and for our competition in the Davis Cup matches and others that you boys did get together. And I'm awfully glad that you got together with us on AFRS Sports Reel this afternoon, and I want to wish you the best of luck in the future, and come back and see us again sometime. Thanks very much to both of you, Jack Kramer and Ted Schroeder.
And thanks to you, Sergeant Jimmy Young, for being Mike's side with your two Sports Reel visitors. That's all the time we have this session, fellas, but we'll return soon with more yarns from America's ace commentators and more exclusive interviews with top-ranking athletes from all branches of sport. And then again, you'll hear the familiar call of AFRS Sports Reel. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education. AFRS Sports Reel.
This is the AFRS Sports Reel, another blackboard session devoted to the human element in sports with those renowned MSCs, Masters of Sports Lore, Bill Stern and Bill Brandt. Grab your notebooks because here's Professor Bill Stern to put the lie to that old wives' tale about dumb athletes. Bill?
This is a story as told to me of great athletes who became far greater in other fields, but let's begin the story. Years ago, there was a ball player playing professional baseball who wanted to be a great pitcher, and he might have been a great pitcher if he hadn't broken his arm. But because he did break his arm, he had to learn to use his other arm. And when he began using his other arm, he found that with his other arm, he could draw. He could draw beautifully, something he never would have known but for a broken arm in baseball. Today, his drawings are famous, for he is, believe it or not, Bob Ripley. But now let me tell you the story of one of England's greatest cricket players. He, too, was reputedly a fine athlete. That is, he was a fine athlete until one day he was badly injured in a cricket game. His kidney was smashed. One of his lungs was punctured. He almost bled to death. In fact, he was so badly injured that he was forced to stay in bed for 12 years. During those 12 years in bed to pass the time away, he began to try to write. And he was so successful with his writings that he made over $1 million. For this man, who never would have become a writer but for an athletic accident, is today one of the most famous authors in the world. You know him as H.G. Wells. Strange, isn't it, that athletic accidents should make famous writers out of H.G. Wells and Bob Ripley? But even stranger is the story of Charles Dodson. Charles Dodson loved to race. He loved to race sailing boats. And one day, Charles Dodson had a group of children in his racing boat. When a storm suddenly blew up, the children reputedly became frightened of the storm. And to calm them down, Charles Dodson began to tell these children stories. Stories that he was making up on the spur of the moment. The children forgot their fears as they listened to these stories. However, when he was back on shore, Charles Dodson remembered these stories that he'd made up for those children. And because they'd liked them so much, he decided to put these stories down on paper. He wrote under the name of Lewis Carroll. And those stories that he invented in his racing boat that day to calm the children were destined to become the most famous children's stories ever written. You know those stories as Alice in Wonderland. But up to now, these have been stories of athletes who became writers. Now let me tell you the story as told to me of a writer who became an athlete. For this is the story of a writer who didn't want to go on writing, but wanted to race automobiles. And finally, this writer gave up writing and bought a racing car. One day in this car, this driver was doing better than 90 miles an hour when suddenly the car hit an oil patch. The front wheels began to skid. The brakes wouldn't hold. The car was out of control. Desperately, the driver tried to hang on as she crashed into a concrete wall. The driver of that car was lucky, very lucky to be alive. For that smash-up was so bad that even though the newsreel cameraman had taken full pictures of it, those newsreels could not be shown in any theaters. But even though those newsreels couldn't be shown in the theaters, one newsreel executive did look at these films, and while he was horrified at these pictures of the smash-up, nevertheless, from what he saw on the screen, according to the story, he was so impressed with the face of that auto driver that he ordered that this driver be given a screen test. And as a result of that screen test, this racing driver was offered a Hollywood movie contract. For you see, that driver was a girl who, thanks to those newsreel pictures of a racing accident, is today one of Hollywood's most famous stars. You know her as Lucille Ball. And here she is in person, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's great star, Miss Lucille Ball.
Thank you, Bill. I'll tell you something else about the automobile accident I was in. They told me I'd never walk again.
And you not only walk perfectly, Lucille, but you're quite a sports enthusiast, too.
Well, I like to play tennis.
Go on, Lucille, what else?
Oh, I like badminton and horseback riding.
Any other sports?
Yes, I like to swim and ride an aquaplane.
I hear, Lucille, that you are quite a fisherman, too.
Hey, look, as your guest, I thought it was my right to ask you questions.
You're right, it is. Go ahead, Lucille.
Well, is it true that Bob Ripley started his Believe It or Not drawings because he couldn't play baseball?
Yes, that is absolutely true.
And how about Alice in Wonderland being written only because its author had some children out in a boat race?
Well, now, that's a very hard story to check, Lucille, but as near as we could find out, that is the legend of how those stories began.
Thank you, Bill Stern. And now let's listen to Bill Once-in-a-Lifetime Brandt.
he's going to take us behind the scenes of a dramatic World Series that some of you may remember.
Here's a lesson Jimmy Dykes can learn from Joe McCarthy. Two big league managers stepping out of their jobs the same weekend. McCarthy, the New York Yankees, Dykes, the Chicago White Sox. Jimmy Dykes won't have to go to school or even write a letter. Just go back to the big day of his own life, 17 years ago, a sunny Saturday afternoon in Philadelphia, October 12th, 1929. There's that lesson. Here's Dykes and here's McCarthy, a couple of Philadelphia boys. It's the World Series, and they're both in the World Series for the first time. Joe McCarthy's here today as manager of the Chicago Cubs, the National League champions. Jimmy is playing third for the Athletics, American League champions. The Dykeses and the McCarthys and all their neighbors and friends, they're here lined up on opposite side of the fence, rooting hard, and it's a red-hot fight. Starting out this game today, the edge is with Philadelphia, 2-1. But look, this is a McCarthy day. Here's Joe laughing. His Cubs are hammering the daylights out of Connie Mack's pitchers. 2 runs in the 4th inning, 5 runs in the 6th, and another in the 7th. It's 8-0 when the home crowd stands up to stretch. But this home crowd is licked, and it knows it. Yes, it's all McCarthy and the Cubs from here on. Look at those McCarthy sluggers. Rogers Hornsby from Winters, Texas, National League's greatest hitter since Honus Wagner. Hack Wilson, the home run champion, from Martinsburg, West Virginia. Hoss Stephenson from Akron, Alabama. Kai Kyler from Harrisville, Michigan. They hammered their way through the National League like a traveling thunderstorm. Philadelphia pitchers stopped them at the start of this World Series, but here they go now. They'll never stop now. Yes, this is a McCarthy day. It's Joe's first World Series, and he's heading for his first World Championship. Ahead, 8-0, in the middle of the 7th inning. The Dykes fans and all the Philadelphia fans are standing up to take a stretch, but their heads are hanging low. Their hearts are sad. Look, here's the first batter for the Athletics in the 7th, Al Simmons from Milwaukee. And Al belts a home run, a drive that hits the roof of the left field grandstand. Now listen, that yell, derision, sarcasm, a home run with nobody on base, and the score 8-0 against us. Even the McCarthy rooters chip in on that yell. Hit a couple more and see how much it gets you. We got 8 runs. It's the 7th inning. So up comes the second batter, Jimmy Fox from Sudlersville down on Maryland's eastern shore. You hit a homer too. Fox, go ahead, get exercise. But Fox hits only a little single. Then Bing Miller from Vinton, Iowa, another single. And now Dykes, the hometown boy. Come on, Jimmy, yell the Dykes fans. Yeah, Jimmy, come on, double play, yell the McCarthy rooters. But Jimmy plunks one safe to left field, another single, another run. Now Joe Boley from the coal region, Mackinac City, Pennsylvania, another single. The score is 8-3 now. The McCarthy rooters are getting uneasy. Hey, Joe, how about it? Better get another pitcher. But Joe McCarthy is this kind of a manager. He sticks with his men. Here's his ace, Charlie Root, the Husky power pitcher from Middletown, Ohio, McCarthy's best man all season. Charlie whitewashed these Athletics 6 solid innings. Joe doesn't want to take Root out of the box, so Root stays in. And here's a Philadelphia pinch hitter, George Burns. He's a Philadelphia boy like McCarthy and Dykes. He's batting for the Philadelphia pitcher. And Charlie Root puts on the steam. George Burns pops a little fly to shortstop. 1 out. The McCarthy crowd relaxes. That's more like it. Come on now, Charlie, get these next 2. Let's get on with the last 2 innings. But now comes Max Bishop, a Baltimore boy and the Athletics' leadoff man. Bang! Why, that's another single. And the Dykes crowd sets up a wild din as their boy Jimmy comes prancing home. Score 8-4. And now McCarthy stops the game. Charlie Root walks to the bench. The new pitcher is Art Neff, the old lefty of the Giants in McGraw's great days half a dozen years before. Neff from Terre Haute, Indiana. Here's some left-handed swingers coming up for Philadelphia. Southpaw Neff is the answer. Left-hand pitching to stop left-handed hitting. But the first left-hand swinger is Mule Haas from Montclair, New Jersey. Mule punches a liner to center field. A low-flying drive that looks like an easy catch for Hack Wilson. Look at Hack rushing in to get under it. The McCarthy crowd begins cheering. This means 2 out. But look, Wilson stops running. Now he starts again. Yes, Hack loses track of that ball for just an instant. He runs, a desperate dive, but the ball hits the grass. It gets past Wilson. It rolls on and on across center field, way out. Mule Haas goes full gallop around those bases. Boley and Bishop ahead of him. Mule Haas tramps on home plate before the ball gets back. A home run. 3 runs. Now the score is 8-7. And now it's a red-hot game. 1 out, but the Cubs are still 1 run ahead and the bases are empty. Now let's get them out, McCarthy. Get these next 2 batters and we'll be safe. But Mickey Cochran from Bridgewater, Massachusetts, gets a base on balls from Art Neff. Now it's Simmons up to bat again, a right-handed hitter, a home run hitter, up to bat for the second time this inning. So McCarthy takes out lefty Neff. Here's a right-handed pitcher. Sheriff Blake, John Fred Blake from Ansted, West Virginia. Blake holds Simmons to a single. Now Fox hits a single. Cochran skims home. Tie score, 8-8. Now McCarthy's desperate. Get in there, Pat. And in comes big Pat Malone from Altoona, Pennsylvania. Pat was being saved for the next game, but this is emergency. Got to win this one. Stop those bats cold. Knock them off. And Malone faces Bing Miller, and Pat burns it over, everything he has. Miller ducks, but the ball hits his shoulder, and Miller goes to first base, hit by pitched ball. And that sets the stage for local boy Jimmy Dykes. And here he is, at bat in the World Series pinch. The base is full. Tie score. Now, Jimmy Dykes is not supposed to be a great hitter. He's down deep in the batting order, batting seventh. And here's the supreme test of Jimmy Dykes. Well, Jimmy Dykes meets the test. Boom! It's a drive to left field. A liner along the foul line, a two-bagger. Simmons and Fox roll home. That's 2 runs. Score 10-8. And that's it. That's all. That's the final score. 10-8. Philadelphia wins, and the Dykes two-bagger did it. Now, this is one of the shining landmarks of all-time baseball history. A 10-run rally in the World Series. 10 runs in 1 inning. The all-time record. And Dykes is the hero. And here is the lesson. This is the biggest day in the baseball life of Jimmy Dykes. His first World Series, he delivers the deciding blow. But it's also the first World Series for Joe McCarthy. And it's the end of Joe McCarthy's job. Before the next year's over, McCarthy is out. Chicago has a new manager. It's the end of the trail for Joe McCarthy. That's what everybody says. He's through. Well, today in 1946, Dykes faces the same prospect as McCarthy faced in 29. What's the answer? The lesson. Well, after McCarthy is out in Chicago, he was just beginning. The end of McCarthy's Chicago trail was just the start of a new McCarthy career. Look at the book, the all-time record book. McCarthy, 7 world championships. More than any other manager in baseball history. 4 in a row. That's a record, too. All after McCarthy was out of Chicago. So if Dykes is out of Chicago now, out of his White Sox job, there's still a lot of room, some other city. That all-time record book is still wide open. And that's what Jimmy Dykes can learn from Joe McCarthy. All he has to do is go back to 1929 and take a look forward. Forward from that day when Dykes was the hero and McCarthy was on the way out. That 10-run World Series rally that happened once in a lifetime.
That was fine, Bill Brandt. Well, fans, the clock just threw up its hands and said it's time to wind up our sports reel for today. But we'll be returning your way soon with more close-ups by your favorite sports authorities. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
This is Fred Hessler with Sports Reel. Sports Reel, presenting sports controversy, narrative, tips on how to improve in your favorite sport. The answers to questions puzzling sports fans and arguments heard round the world, all wrapped up in one package by me, Fred Hessler, with an assist from famous names in sports. On this edition, Pro Playoffs, they're ridiculous. How to handicap the horses with Ernie Mason and his wife, Lucky Louise. The marathon's big stuff, but not in the U.S., with marathoner Norm Higgins. Sports tip, girls, go fishing. And the answers to questions sent in by our listeners. The ridiculous season. That time of year when the National Hockey League and the National Basketball Association go into their playoffs to settle the championship. Ridiculous season? Yes, because they've already played for many months, have gone through many miles of travel in all kinds of weather, suffered through numerous long waits at airports, numerous aches and pains, ailments, all for the express purpose of eliminating but 2 teams. The National Hockey League consists of 6 teams. 4 of those 6 make the playoffs and can win the Stanley Cup. The NBA this year has consisted of 10 teams with 2 5-team divisions. After 81 games, 1 team in each division doesn't make it. We've always liked to compare this with, say, Major League Baseball. How about playing 162 games to eliminate, say, Houston and the Cubs in the National? The other 8 start to play off for the right to get in the World Series. Would you buy that? Or in the American, Washington and Boston are eliminated. The other 8 start the playoffs. In a short series, would it necessarily, during 66, have finally narrowed down to the Dodgers, who won the National, and the Baltimore Orioles, who won the American? Maybe in the American it might have been Kansas City, which was strong in the second half. Maybe the Mets, if they'd had a chance, might have lucked through in the National. When baseball's minor leagues used the so-called Shaughnessy playoffs, exactly like the National Hockey League and the NBA, the writers and fans alike called it strictly Bush. But somehow, basketball and hockey fans seem to be different. They turn out in great numbers for the playoffs, and they respond to their team's drive late in the campaign, drive toward 4th place, when their team would otherwise be hopelessly out of it in a pennant race. Of course, it's a box office gimmick, and it must be considered that and no more. It is highly unfair, however, to the basketball team that wins its division by a 10 or 15 game margin to have to qualify now by a playoff with the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place teams to represent that division in the so-called World Championship playoff. The arguments for the playoff system? Well, they say it keeps up fan interest, meaning the teams make money at the box office. Well, they say sometimes the team is stronger at the end of the year than its overall record would indicate. Sometimes a team comes on at the end of the year. Fine. But then what in the name of good sense are those 81 league games all about? The players themselves are aware of the importance of the playoffs. In interviews during the 66-67 season, I caught this repeated answer. Well, we're going to be ready for the playoffs, in response to questions about a team's poor one-loss record. Is pro basketball, then, giving the fans a grade A product during those 81 games? Are the players really bearing down during the regular season? In that respect, I must say I think they do, because the crowd spur a team on. The desire to win is always there in a great athlete. But there is somehow an utter travesty about the spectacle of a team with a one-loss record of well below 500 getting a crack at the so-called World Championship, be it ice hockey or pro basketball. And remember that in 66, the Boston Celtics were only number 2 in their own division, and yet the Boston Celtics wound up world champions. Maybe they should have played in a runner-up bowl. You can have your playoffs if you like them. To me, it's just the ridiculous season. Ernie Mason is a track writer and handicapper. His predictions appear in Southern California newspapers from San Diego to Santa Barbara as he follows Santa Anita, Los Alamitos, the quarter horse racing there, Hollywood Park, Del Mar, and the Western Harness meets at both Santa Anita and Hollywood Park. His wife, however, picks him too. In a column they place right alongside of Ernie's under the heading of Lucky Louise. The Masons, Ernie and Louise, appeared recently at a luncheon of the Southern California Sports Broadcasters Association and gave the lowdown on how to pick the horses.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here, and it feels funny with an amateur sport like horse racing mingling with all the professionals. But Saturday's a big race at Los Alamitos, $170,000 quarter horses running 400 yards, and the winner gets $79,000. Now, I'll introduce my wife, Louise.
Well, I'm a horse better myself. Oh, excuse me. I like to bet on the horses myself, and this was a chance to put an extra selection in the paper, so, and I had a good source of information from Ernie. So, I've been picking for about 7 years.
Are you a winner or loser?
My own personal, you mean? Oh, I'm way ahead, way. 'Cause I don't bet much.
How much do you go by the look in their eyes and that sort of thing?
Well,
Women usually pick.
no, I don't get that quite that close to them, but I do have a little intuition.
You picked the Daily Double yesterday. Did you bet it?
No.
How about those long shots? Did you bet the long shots, Louise, that you picked?
No, I didn't bet at all yesterday. I don't, unless I'm going out, I usually don't bet on the horses.
Well, you can if you don't go to the track.
Oh, yes, oh, yes. Ernie can get them for me. I give him instructions quite often.
Did he ever not bet the horse you told him to? Is that right?
Yes, at a very big price.
Well, you're still married, so.
Oh, yeah, it's very minor.
What do you think about the hat-pin method of picking them?
Well, it seems to pay off once in a while just by chance. I think some women do that.
How predictable is quarter horse racing relative to thoroughbred racing?
Well, of course, the speediest horse is going to win, but a slight bump at the start can mean an awful lot.
They will go to form.
Fairly so.
We're getting some tips here from handicapper Ernie Mason and his wife, Lucky Louise. On still another topic, and this is a good question, Ernie was asked, does post position mean anything when you're handicapping the races?
On a normal track where the track's fast and the track's the same across, it doesn't mean one post is as good as another. But sometimes, like now, when the track's muddy, one part of the track will dry out faster than the other, and definitely you'll see that maybe the inside is better this particular day. And also there are some horses that if they get bumped, they won't run. They get on the outside where they can break clear, they have a better chance. And post position means something, but like I say, it depends on the horse and the particular type of track.
Ernie, what do you think of the eventual chances of off-track pari-mutuel betting?
I think it's pretty close to nil around Southern California. I know New York's been trying to get it for years now and fighting it pretty strong. And personally, I don't see anything wrong if it was supervised and let the money go into the racetrack. But I doubt that'll even be in the next 5 years.
I've been asked by several people how they can offer such a large purse in quarter horse racing, which has a smaller handle than your races at Hollywood Park and Santa Anita. You might explain that for the edification.
Well, in this futurity event, these horses are named when they're yearlings. And this particular race here, most of the money is put up by the horsemen themselves. The track puts up, I think, $25,000. On this particular race, 2 years ago, you entered year and a half ago, you entered the horse. It cost you $1,500. Well, some horses choose to go by degrees. They'll pay a $50 entrance, and then every 6 months and towards the close to the race, there'll be a closer gap. You'll pay a bigger fee. And the horses, by the time they start in that race, they've either put from $1,500 to $8,500 into the pot. And it ends up with only the 10 fastest running, where originally there might have been over 100 nominate. So most of the money is actually put up by the horsemen themselves. It's pretty much like two horsemen putting money in a pot and racing for it.
Thank you.
Ernie, is it easier to pick a horse when you don't bet on him?
I don't necessarily think so. I make a bet once in a while, maybe 8 or 9 a day, but I think if you're making your bets, if you think you know what you're doing, you're going to watch them closer. While if you're not making bets, you might not be as careful about watching. I watch every race with glasses. If a horse, I think he stumbled, I mark it down. If I think he got bumped, and sometimes I might see a horse finish 5th, beating a couple lengths, and I know he was best. Maybe he stumbled and got blocked, and if I wasn't betting, maybe I wouldn't have seen it that close.
What's your percentage of winners? Do you have it? Do you know?
Well, I've been handicapping 25 years, and year in, year out, it'll be about 30%. But as I actually can say, I've never known one sure winner ahead of time. I've picked 8 in a row at San Anita, but you don't know it ahead of time or you'd be a millionaire.
You ever been in a slump, Ernie?
How often do you study the film?
Pardon, I've been in a lot of slumps. I once went 16 in a row, but I've seen others go 35, so I haven't felt too bad.
How often do you study the film?
Pardon?
How often do you study the film?
Not too much. There was a period where I was helping out in the official part that I'd watch it every day. But the thing is, we get reports on the films, and I do watch every race with glasses. So unless I wanted to check on something, I'll go down and make a special trip to see the film.
Ernie, I'd like to ask both you and Louise something about betting habits and what you might recommend for people. Are you consistent in the amounts you bet on each and every race, or do you differ in the ways you bet? And what would you suggest to the average person going to the track as to how to make their bets in amounts?
Well, we both do our betting a little different. My wife, like any woman, bets a lot on hunches and her ESP, which I claim isn't there, but it works, so I can't argue with it. But truthfully, I was brought up in a little religious manner, and I won't ever tell anybody to bet. I figure even though I put selections in the paper, I don't feel like I'm supposed to tell people to bet. I'm just stating how I think the race will come out. And I'd hate to tell anybody how to bet. If I knew a sure way to make money at it, I wouldn't be working.
Well, I'm referring to, is it wise to merely bet the same amount on each race? Some people try to double up and double up.
Correct. If you are going to bet, I'd say, like I tell people, if you go into races, just take, if there's 9 races, take $18 and figure you're throwing it away and bet $2 and win on either your own selection or if you're following somebody, $2 and win on each one. And if you hit 1 or 2, you're going to make money. Regardless, you're going to have a good time.
Do you ever make place or show bets?
It depends. Sometimes if I bet if a horse is 10 to 1 or more, I'll bet him winning place. If he's 15 to 1, I'll bet him across the board. But maybe my wife can tell you her ideas. We differ a little.
Oh, I'm not a very big better. I usually bet 2 to win. If I like the horse at a good price, I may bet 2 win 2 place. If I'm ahead, I may bet 5. Pardon?
The game?
Pardon?
You know any of them that are ahead of the game? Horse players?
No, not offhand, but there must be.
Why must there?
Ernie, Louise, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
And next on Sports Reel, another type of running. From handicapper Ernie Mason and his wife Lucky Louise, we go to Norm Higgins, one of the best marathoners in U.S. history, and currently our U.S. best. This was at the same gathering when, as president of the Southern California Sports Broadcasters, we introduced Higgins to an audience. And as we said to him,
One thing about it, he isn't bothered by autograph seekers here, but it's a little different in Boston and other places like that, eh?
This is very true. In Boston, I think you would find that you're overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the people to seek your autograph. And in Korea, I found that during the race, they seemed to want my autograph because as I was running, they were reaching out and grabbing me. And in Japan, they were a little more composed, and they only seeked your autograph when you were having your supper in your hotel where you wished to relax. But they seemed in Japan to be more educated towards the marathon because they have a better history involved in it than the United States, because they compete at it the same way that we go at it in sports like basketball, football, and baseball. There are outstanding marathoners in Korea, in Japan are as well known as our outstanding sportsmen in the other fields. I competed 2 weeks ago, and during this race I had contracted dysentery and ptomaine poisoning, so I think you will find that I will not be there, although I look forward to seeing many of the young American athletes and foreign runners running and trying to break my best result on that course of 2:19:13. And maybe some of the future stars of the coming years will come out of the Western Hemisphere, as I did 3 years ago when I ran my first marathon competitively on the West Coast, and I ran 2:19 then. And, of course, no one seemed to even know of this in the United States until I went to Boston this spring. And I went there, and I remember the Japanese runners were in the dressing room with me. And they said, what do you think of the chances of an American runner running with you and doing well? And through an interpreter, they all looked around at each other, and they both all agreed, who? They had no idea of any American that could run under 2:25. Well, at 20 kilometers, which is about 12 and a half miles, or halfway in the course, a very tall, lanky American took the lead up to about 30 kilometers, and now they weren't wondering who, but they were kind of curious if they could win or not. But they worked a very good tactic, 4 of them together, and they worked very hard, and not knowing exactly which one was the better one, they wore me down, and the 4 of them finished 15 seconds in front of me, and I ran 5th in the race and broke the American record by about 2 minutes and some seconds. It's the fastest time that's ever been recorded on the American continent. The only faster result by an American was by Buddy Edlin in England and in Tokyo. Originally, I started out as a young boy at 9 in Olympic development, running the 60-yard dash, and I found myself pretty far back. And then one day they ran a contest of the bases, and I seemed to run away with it. So then I took this up. And when I first came out here, I ran 5,000 meters in the Coliseum relays, and I recorded about a 14:22 result. And I think that if I really concentrated at it, which I need to do this coming year, at the 5,000, the 2 mile, and the 10,000, so that I'll have the necessary speed that's needed for the Olympics in '68, I think that I can get down to a very fine result, because all of my international competitors who I have beaten, many of them have better results at 10,000, but I have been concentrating strictly at the marathon for 3 years now to develop the condition that it needs.
You're listening to marathoner Norm Higgins, originally a New Englander who now makes his home on the West Coast and who is our best U.S. hope in the marathon in Mexico City in 1968, as marathoners go at the present time. One of the natural questions about Mexico City 1968 is the altitude, how it will affect many of our distance runners. So Higgins was asked, what about running conditions in Mexico City in '68?
This question has been asked, many times, especially since the marathon is a very grueling event and it's probably takes more out of you than any other sporting event in the world. And so I had a good opportunity to probably consult one man that could really know when I was in Korea, and that was Abebe Bikila's coach. Who could know better than the coach of a 2-time Olympian? And he said, first, you can disregard a world performance of 2:12 that Abebe holds official world record. But second, if the athlete conditions himself properly for the altitude, he will have no difficulty in completing the course and running his best performance for the condition that he prepares himself for. And he figures that the athlete should be able to run nearer 2:30 at Mexico if he's conditioned properly.
From Norm Higgins, we go to today's sports tip, and it comes from Ann Strobel, a good-looking, blue-eyed, platinum-haired native of Beckley, West Virginia, who happens to be a well-rounded angler and championship caster. Ann says, girls, go fishing. And here's what she suggests. Start with balanced tackle, that is, rod, reel, line, and lure, all of which are compatible with one another, making each of these components easy to use. Learn the function of the reel you've selected. Get the feel of the action of the rod and the weight of the lures. And, she says, go fishing. One of the big things the gals always want to know is about what to wear. And she has some good rules. First, avoid solid whites or solid bright clothing. These tend to reflect the sun and may frighten the fish. Dark solids, black or navy, are okay. Dark plaids or patterns may be worn because the colors are broken up. Also, a good thing to remember about dress, she says, is to know what kind of weather is expected. If it's a bright sunny day, be sure you wear a hat. Especially, she said, don't forget sunglasses. The glare can be blinding at times. Ann says, too, when I fish in the surf during warm weather, I wear a long-sleeved navy blue blouse, shorts, sneakers. There are all sorts of crawly things washed up in the surf, and a hat. But above all, what Ann Strobel suggests is, go fishing, girls. This one is for the girls today, and you may even catch some fish. And now let's go to the mailbag to answer some of the questions sent in by our listeners round the world. One of the questions coming to us is this. What's the pro football record for average gain by a quarterback during a season? Well, the best U.S. mark for a quarterback with at least 50 carries is 6.9 yards. That's 76 attempts for 523 yards, set by Tobin Rote when he was with the Green Bay Packers back in 1951. Then there's Minnesota's Fran Tarkington in 1962. He had an average of 8.8, and this was in 41 carries. Another question is on hunting and fishing, and somebody wants to know how many people go fishing and hunting in the state of California. Well, here's an answer. A whopping 1,800,000 fishing licenses and 750,000 hunting licenses were sold in California in 1966. But, of course, that's not the complete answer to the question, how many go fishing? These are just the ones who are doing it legally. And that's about all the time we have for the mailbag today. This has been Sports Reel, presenting sports controversy, narrative, tips on how to improve in your favorite sport, and the answers to questions puzzling sports fans and arguments heard round the world, all wrapped up in one package by me, Fred Hessler, with an assist from famous names in sports. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
AFRS Sports Reel. This is the AFRS Sports Reel.
Yes, sports fans, gather around that old 19th hole. Here's another yarn session with three of your favorite commentators on the sporting life. Sam Walter, Ed Thorgerson, and Bill Stern. For our first close-up, here's Bill Stern to pass on to you the strangest baseball story he's ever heard.
This is the strangest baseball story I've ever heard. For this is a story as told to me of three men who once roomed together. And yet, strangely enough, all three of these roommates had a curious interest in the game of baseball. These three roommates were very poor. So poor that back at the turn of the century, in 1900, these three men occupied a cheap room on 15th Street, west of Broadway in New York City. A room that didn't even have a window in it. Yet it was the best room that these three roommates could afford. The first of these three roommates was a man named Henry Howard. Years later, it was this same Henry Howard who, according to the story, was destined to organize one of the strangest baseball teams in America. A baseball team that still plays baseball in St. Petersburg, Florida. And it's such an unusual team that last year, the Saturday Evening Post wrote a feature article about this team that had been founded by Henry Howard. For you see, this strange baseball team last year played before more than 100,000 people, despite the fact that every man on that team has to be over 75 years old. That's the story of the first of these three roommates who roomed together in New York City back in 1900. The second of these three roommates was a man named Sweeney, Fred Sweeney, and he too loved baseball. Loved it so much that he too reputedly organized a baseball team. In fact, Fred Sweeney organized two baseball teams that are made up of good players, so good that some of these players on Fred Sweeney's teams should be in the major leagues, and yet no player on his teams has ever received a major league offer, and no player on his team will ever get a major league offer because, you see, Sweeney and his baseball teams live on a small island off the coast of France, and each member of his teams is a convicted killer serving life sentences for murder. Now you know the story of the second of these three men who once roomed together in New York City. But the story of their third roommate is even stranger. For unlike his other two roommates, this third roommate did not like the game of baseball. His name was Jack Norwood. And whenever his two roommates would bring up the subject of baseball, Jack Norwood would laugh at him. They tried their best to get him interested in the game, but he just didn't like baseball. The more his two roommates tried to interest him in baseball, the more he began to dislike the game. Until finally, Jack Norwood admitted to his roommates that he hated the game of baseball. And yet, strangely enough, this same Jack Norwood, who hated the game of baseball, will never be forgotten as long as baseball is played. For even though he didn't like the game, it was he who wrote baseball's greatest song, Take Me Out to the Ball Game.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd.
That's the story of three roommates who once roomed together in New York City. Three men who've had a strange influence on the game of baseball. For the first of these roommates, Henry Howard organized a baseball team in St. Petersburg, Florida, where every player on that team has to be 75 years old. And the second roommate, Fred Sweeney, organized two baseball teams, and to play on his teams, you've got to be a killer convicted of murder. But the most interesting story of these three roommates was the story of the third roommate, Jack Norwood. Jack Norwood, who despite the fact that he didn't even like the game of baseball, was destined to make baseball history by writing baseball's greatest song. But that's not the end of the story of these three roommates. Oh, no. The strangest part of this story is the incredible fact, strange as it seems, that Jack Norwood, who didn't like baseball and yet wrote baseball's greatest song, has never seen a game of baseball. In fact, he has never been
at the old ball game.
Profile of a great song.
Great Bill Stern. That was a strange story indeed. The biggest event in auto racing, and perhaps the most thrill-packed in the entire world of sport, is the annual Indianapolis Speedway. And here's Ed Thorgerson with a memorable moment from the Speedway.
At Indianapolis, 24 cars and 24 drivers started the grueling grind on that blistering hot Memorial Day 34 years ago. There was Teddy Tetzlaff in a Fiat, Bob Berman in a Cutting, David Bruce Brown, Howdy Wilcox, and Joe Dawson all in shining Nationals. Huey Hughes was driving a yellow Mercer with wire wheels, a revolutionary development in those days. Spence Wishart, Ab Jenkins, Ralph Mulford, Eddie Hearn, Wild Bill Endicott, and Gil Anderson were in there in such assorted races as a Stutz, McFarlane 6, Case, Simplex, Marquette Buick, Lexington, and Opel. At the wheel of a red Firestone Columbus sat a tall, skinny kid named Eddie Rickenbacker. But the man to beat that day was Ralph De Palma in his gray Mercedes, a beautiful car machined with the precision of a Switch watch and tuned to make a fabulous 120 miles an hour on the straightaway. De Palma took the lead on the third lap, with Wishart and Bruce Brown fighting for the second position, and the others strung out around the track. The speed of the Mercedes was 83 miles an hour, 1 minute 49 seconds for a complete circuit of the 2.5-mile brick-paved oval. One by one, the cars began to falter as the pace became too fast for overheated steel and rubber. On the sixth lap, Harry Knight's Lexington blew a cylinder. A connecting rod snapped on the Opel. Two broken piston rings forced out Bruce Brown in the 25th lap. Rickenbacker's turn came on the 43rd, a crystallized valve. A burned-out crankshaft bearing washed up Eddie Hearn on the 55th. On the 63rd, the McFarlane 6 blew a tire and sheared off two wheels against the wall. In the 67th, the Case practically fell to pieces as it coasted into the pits. A Stutz careened wildly and leaped from the track. A connecting rod ripped through the crankcase of a big red Simplex. The carburetor of the Marquette Buick caught fire. Only 14 cars were still in the race at 200 miles, and De Palma was steadily adding to the lead he had taken in the first 5 minutes. 3 more drivers gave up before the 300-mile mark was reached. 4/5 through the race, De Palma was 7 full laps in front, 17.5 miles in the lead. As he began the 197th lap, De Palma was 11 minutes ahead of Joe Dawson, who was trailing second. Only 3 laps, 7.5 miles, separated De Palma from victory and first prize money of $20,000. And then it happened. Off on the backstretch, one of the Mercedes' overstrained pistons snapped, and the smooth roar turned into a noisy clatter. As the car slowed and the other drivers raced ahead, De Palma's Mercedes sounded like a swing shift in a boiler factory, but he stayed in the race. Into the 199th lap, he crawled at 20 miles an hour. And then, on the home stretch, 80,000 spectators saw an unforgettable demonstration of raw courage. Joe Dawson had already crossed the finish line to win, and Tetzlaff had roared in second when the gray Mercedes came in sight around the turn. De Palma was pushing it, steering from the side and pushing it. As he inched the racer in front of the grandstand, the 80,000 could see the sweat pouring from his face and the terrible fatigue in every inch of his body. For 1.5 miles, that massive car had been moved by nothing but De Palma's indomitable will to finish. For an instant, there was a stunned silence as the crowd looked, and then a mighty roar went up that shook the very foundations of the Speedway. It was a tribute to a man who had not won, but to a man who had gained more in losing than in any of his victories. Yes, Ralph De Palma rode and pushed his way to glory because he proved how great a real sportsman can be, even in defeat.
That was swell, Ed. And now here's Sam Balter with a story about, I could be wrong, but I think it's about golf. Let's find out.
What goes to make a champion golfer? His lengthy wallop, his keen approach, a steady putter? Yes, of course. The skill of the man, surely. But sometimes more than that. Ask many a golfer about how the great Haig, Walter Hagen, won his matches, and they'll tell you, mind over matter, man. Half the time, it was mind over matter. Yes, he had the screaming drives, the masterful approach shots, but many times so did his opponent. And on these occasions when skill and technique were at a stalemate, psychology of the master entered the picture, and Walter Hagen won the tournament with his mind. Not possible? Well, since this would normally be the time of the annual PGA, consider the PGA tournament of 1927, for example, the last of Sir Walter's 5 PGA championships. Walter went on to the finals, his opponent Joe Turnessa, and it was in this match that Hagen pulled what most pros consider his masterpiece. On the first green, Hagen and Turnessa were both on in 3, and Hagen went down for his par 4. Turnessa's ball was about 6 feet away. Now, a 6-foot putt is not a difficult putt for professionals, but it's not too easy either when there's a great deal at stake. Turnessa had carefully lined up the putt, studied the line, walked over to the ball, when Hagen knocked the ball aside, conceding the putt. On the second green, he conceded an 8-footer to give Turnessa the hole. And so it went throughout the match, Hagen conceding all kinds of short putts. He was 2 down at the turn, but at the 18th green, they were all even. Walter holed out for a par. Turnessa had a beautiful approach that rolled up within 5 feet of the cup, likewise a certain par. Turnessa started to pick up his ball, and then, smiling sort of sheepishly, stopped himself. After all, that was against the rules. Then he looked at Hagen. Hagen was looking into space. Well, that was a funny thing. During the entire match, Haig had conceded any putt under 10 feet. Here was one half that long, but the Haig appeared not to notice. He stood by, waiting respectfully for Turnessa to make his shot. Well, that was a heck of a note. Did Hagen imagine that he, Turnessa, was going to miss a putt like this? Then it came to Turnessa that he had actually not attempted to roll one into the cup itself all day. He had yet to hear the satisfying music of ball on tin as it kerplunked in its fall into the tin cup. All the shots had been conceded. Perhaps, well, this was different. This going right into the cup instead of up close to it where it could be conceded. Yes, he had to be right on this one. He had to. By golly, the entire match depended on it, didn't it? Now Turnessa found himself shaking a little. He looked almost pleadingly toward Hagen. There must be a mistake. Had the Haig forgotten? This was only 5 feet, and Joe Turnessa waited. The Haig showed no expression. Like the spectators, he was waiting for Turnessa to run the ball down. Well, Joe had delayed long enough. It was time for him to putt. He walked toward the ball, a panic gripping him. He'd forgotten how to make a short putt. It was crazy, but he had. He'd had no practice at it, he told himself. Well, no need to go on. Joe Turnessa missed the putt. The match was over. And fellow pros walked away saying, yes, sir, Walter Hagen won the 1927 PGA Championship at Dallas, Texas with, no, not his putter or niblick or spoon, but with mind over matter. It was for the book.
Thank you, Sam Balder. And that, fans, winds up our sports reel for today. But don't forget to listen for our return with more close-ups by America's best-known sports authorities. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
AFRS Sports Reel. This is the AFRS Sports Reel, another session of inside stuff from the world of sports, with three of your favorite sports commentators, Bill Brandt, Ed Thorgerson, and Sam Bolter. Here, kicking off with an incident from the gridiron, is Sam Bolter.
Football is a game not particularly distinguished for either true amateurism or for humor. And that's why it has always seemed to me that the football team which represents the Arkansas A&M College at Monticello, Arkansas, is one which can be classified as one for the book. In the season of 1941, for example, the slightly zany Ball Weevils of Monticello took another typical trip, a road trip to make all other gridiron excursions seem like a visit to the corner drugstore. The wandering Weevils, whose travels in unorthodox style have brought them lots of fun, no little renown, and precious few victories, were gone from the campus 32 days, traveled approximately 8,000 miles, and incidentally appeared in 6 games, and if memory serves me correctly, lost them all, although nobody kept particular account of such a minor detail. They were far prouder this time of their new uniforms, treating the opposition, which has often been surprised in the past by what the Weevils call their offense, to a display that could be produced only by lightning striking a rainbow. It seemed that the brand new jerseys not only were more colorful, but more economical. They were what is known to the trade as samples, and no two of them were of the same color or pattern. The coach of this team, Stuart Ferguson, a serious little Scotsman, became coach at Arkansas A&M with the understanding that he would not be paid a cent as such, that he wouldn't have to conduct organized practice, and that he would not be expected to win a game. The boys take care of the game strategy themselves, work out their own plays, and of course they come up with some marvelous flights of theoretical fancy, which on the gridiron turn out to be difficult to apply, but they try them anyway. Their first game on this particular trip was against Bradley Tech at Peoria, and the Arkies lost 67-0 and described the contest as one of their best games of the year. And so it went right through the excursion, against Moravian and Uppsala and all the rest. But the Arkies were happy, indulging themselves in their surprises, as they called them. Once, by some accident, no doubt, they got down to the opponent's 1-yard line. First down, goal to go. They called a quick kick and punted the ball over the end zone seats and out of the park. The opposition was surprised. The Arkies rolled on the turf in hilarity. Another time, they concocted a play wherein the quarterback received the ball from center, and the other 10 lads broke into an Indian war dance around him. It lost yards. So what? The terpsichore was on the study curriculum. Against Davis and Elkins, the Arkies came up with a real dazzler, the multiple backward pass. This involved 16 backward passes from the opposition's 10-yard line until a safety had been scored. Again, the opposition was surprised. One other time, an Arkie halfback somehow broke free. Nobody between him and the goal except the official running alongside. On his way to the touchdown, the halfback handed the ball to the official with a pantomime that he was tired now, and here, you carry it the rest of the way. And so go the delightful and happy football warriors of the Arkansas Agricultural and Mining College of Monticello, a refreshing team of pure amateurs and fun makers in a sport noted particularly for its commercialism and its grimness. A team thus eminently qualified, I believe, is one for the book.
Thanks, Sam Bolter, for that solid boot. And here's a story about a star baseball player, a third baseman whose rifle eye is as effective as his throwing arm. But let's let Ed Thorgerson tell it.
When old Father Time finally caught up with Pie Traynor and toppled him from his throne as King Hot Corner Guardian of the National League, a young fellow who was ready, willing, and able stepped right in. The new Mr. Third Baseman of the senior circuit became Stan Hack, Sacramento boy who went to the Chicago Cubs from his hometown team just 12 years ago. Like so many ball players, Stan's favorite off-season sport is hunting, and it's all the same to Hack whether the game wears fur or feathers. For 2 years, Stan owned a ranch in Oregon's Grant County, just a little south of the famous rodeo city of Pendleton. His shotgun knocked down hundreds of pheasants, quail, and Hungarian partridge in these parts, and his rifle brought him his full share of deer. And right now, even though he's got 5 months of baseball ahead of him, Stan is already planning to come out to Sacramento in the fall and get another crack at Sutter Basin ducks. The last time I talked to him, he told me of a couple of adventures of his that I want to pass along, because I think you, too, might enjoy them. It seems that some years ago, Stan went hunting in northwest Montana near Augusta. It was just east of the High Rockies in Lewis County. The prize of the trip was a magnificent elk with a huge rack of horns. And naturally, Stan went to considerable trouble to have that great head mounted.
Well, all was well until he returned to his home in Sacramento. And there, like the fellow who spends all winter building a boat in the basement and has to tear the house down to get it out, frontwards, backwards, sideways, Stan tried them all. But that elk head just would not go through any door or window in the house. And so today, those antlers hang on the wall of the Sutter Lawn Tennis Club, which Mrs. Hack represented when she was one of our leading tennis stars. You tennis fans will probably remember her as Dorothy Weisel. Stan's second escapade came along right after the close of the baseball season in 1935. Along with Kai Kyler and Bob Smith and Mike McDermott, he went up to the Lake of the Woods country in Canada after deer and moose. He took along a brand new rifle, and he was just itching to try it out. Now, don't forget that new rifle. The comedy of errors really began when Stan was rattled by Mike. He watched Mike, a champion distance swimmer, break the ice in the lake and take a long, luxurious bath in the frigid water. And later, still shivering, Stan spotted a beauty of a duck. The cartridge jammed in the chamber. The buck bounded off, and Stan glumly walked back to camp. He willingly admitted that it was his own fault. Nothing wrong with that new automatic rifle, but the others gave him a terrific ribbing. Well, next day, Stan set out with their guide, determined to clean the slate. 2 hours out of camp, they broke into a little clearing, and there, facing them, stood a bull moose that looked as tall as a camel. Up came the new rifle, and again, a cartridge jammed. The guide bagged the moose and offered to credit Stan. But, of course, that only made Brother Hack madder with himself and the fine new rifle. He survived a second dose of ribbing, and since then he's patched up the damage to his hunting reputation with his trusty old bolt action. That was great, Ed Thorgerson. And now coming at you with a little change of pace, but still in that old groove, is Bill Brandt, with a yarn about a very versatile bird.
This is the story of one of the greatest athletes alive today, Samuel Dewey Bird from Birmingham, Alabama. Here's why Sam is great. His name is in the front rank of two of our greatest professional sports, baseball and golf. Professional. That means a man gives us full time. It takes all his effort developing that skill, and the sky is the limit, how far he can go. And Bird from Birmingham was a big league baseball player about 10 years. Then he goes for golf, full time, and he makes the top row on the links, the front rank of America's money shooters. And yet, this story has a solemn note. It's frustration. Always somebody in Sam Bird's way, blocking that road to the peak, that last step. In baseball, Bird has the biggest stumbling block you can imagine, the greatest slugger of all time, Babe Ruth. Today, in golf, playing from Plum Hollow, Birmingham, Michigan, near Detroit, Sam Bird is up against Byron Nelson and Ben Hogan. In baseball, the wise old men said about Bird, he would be the greatest ever if he'd only forget golf. In golf today, the wise men say, Bird would be our greatest golfer of all time if he hadn't wasted all those years in baseball. And there you are. And 20 years ago, there was Bird. Dewey Bird, they call him down home in Birmingham, at the crossroads. What to do, baseball or golf? He can hit a ball a mile with a bat at home plate or with a driver on a golf tee. It's big money either way. Dewey Bird has to work for a living, so he chooses both. Baseball in summer, golf in winter. And the golfers tell him, give up baseball, stick to golf. And every fall, Samuel Dewey Bird decides to do that, give up baseball. But he hits .331 for Knoxville in 1927. He's bought by the New York Yankees. The Yanks farm him out to Albany, New York. He hits .371 in the Eastern League. How can you quit baseball hitting .371? And a chance with the Yanks coming up next spring. So on his 21st birthday, 1928, Bird makes his big decision. Baseball, the Yanks, the greatest team of all time, Murderers Row. And here comes Bird, a .371 hitter, a sure shot to take over the load in that batting order as soon as Babe Ruth gets tired. And his golf advisors moan. All these years in his early 20s when he ought to be sharpening up his golf, getting ready to tackle the Babe Ruths of the fairways. All those years, Sam Bird's gone for the real Babe Ruth, the Bambino of SWAT. But Bird is on the bench all summer. Sometimes he runs for Ruth. Sometimes he's a pinch hitter. Sometimes he plays a few games as a substitute. But whether it's baseball or golf, this is wasting time. A young man in either game ought to be in the game every day, growing up in action, under fire. That's what they tell Sam Bird every winter in Birmingham. And here comes spring. And this might be the year. Take over that job from Babe Ruth. And now it's the spring of 1932, the training trip. The Yanks are heading home. Exhibition games in the Midwest. Manager Joe McCarthy is worried. Earl Combs, his great center fielder from Owsley County, Kentucky, is under the weather. What to do? The answer? Bird. So in Cincinnati, an exhibition against the Reds, it's Sam Bird in center field, leading off the Yankee batting order. Bam! Home run for Sammy Bird. The Yanks move to Indianapolis, the Indians. Bam! That's 2 in 2 days. Now Columbus. Bam! Next stop, Brooklyn, Ebbets Field, the Dodgers. Bam! And Tuesday, the Yanks open the American League season in Philadelphia. Bam! And another bam. 2 home runs on opening day. Yes, this is the shimmering pinnacle of Sam Bird's Yankee career. 6 home runs in 5 successive games. Way out ahead of Ruth and Gehrig and all the rest of the mighty Yanks. Sam Bird certainly made no mistake sticking to baseball. He's in there forever now. A new hero for the New York fans. The fairways are far away. Fans, I was there looking at all this, reporting all these games for the New York Times. All of us baseball writers felt that way about Bird. That's how we build our headlines. 6 homers in 5 games. If he keeps this up, it beats all the records. Singles and doubles, too. With the season 10 days old, Bird is leading the league, 367. The new spearhead of the Yankee batting order. The new star, brighter than Babe Ruth. But now comes a slump. All hitters get slumps. Cobb, Hornsby, even the Babe himself. It's just a temporary thing. You get over it. But here's the tragedy of Sam Bird. By this time, Earl Combs is feeling fine again. Manager McCarthy puts Combs in center field. It's his job. Babe Ruth is feeling good, too. The other outfielder is Ben Chapman. Ben's from Bird's hometown, Birmingham, Alabama. And Ben's burning up the baselines, stolen bases. Ben is hitting and fielding and throwing. You can't take Ben Chapman out of there. So Bird goes back to the bench again. His regular job for 3 years past. And the wise old men say this is what hurt Sam Bird in baseball. I got thinking of Sam Bird because tomorrow is the anniversary of Bird's final frustration. May the 23rd, 1936. Just 10 years ago. Now he's with the Cincinnati Reds. Still after that home run touch. But now nearly 30 years old. Not so easy to pick up that zip. The Reds are getting beat 3-0, the last of the 9th. Bill Swift from Scranton, Pennsylvania, is pitching for Pittsburgh. The fans begin to go home. But here comes a rally, a safe bunt, a single, a base on balls, 3 men on base. The Red Rooters are roaring. And here comes a new Pirate pitcher, a relief pitcher, Cy Blanton, Pittsburgh's #1, the league-leading ace, a husky curve artist from Shawnee, Oklahoma. And here's the batter, Sam Bird. Now here comes the pitch, Blanton's first pitch. Bam! Yes, it's a Bird home run over that left field wall, that same wall that started Sam's great streak in 1932. 1 pitch, bam, and it's 4 runs. The game's over. Cincinnati 4, Pittsburgh 3. The hero, Sam Bird. The fans mob Sam Bird in a joyful tumult when he gets to home plate with a winning run. It's headlines all over the country. Sam Bird and his Merriwell home run. Does this start another streak? Let's look at the next day's headlines. May 24th, 1936. Tony Lazzeri of the Yankees hits 3 home runs, 2 with the bases filled. Bird drove in 4 runs. Lazzeri drives in 11. Sam Bird back again in the shadows, the shadow of the Yankees. In my book, Bird of Birmingham is one of the greatest athletes alive today. He climbed higher in baseball and golf than any other man ever achieved. I think he made the right decision back in 1928. But you always wonder what would have happened if he chose the other road, golf, not baseball. It's always that way when you come to a crossroad of destiny, that decision you have to make once in a lifetime.
Thanks, Bill Brandt. And that winds up another AFRS sports reel. But we'll be beating a path to your door again soon with another reel of close-ups by America's best-known sports authorities. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
AFRS Sports Reel.
This is the AFRS Sports Reel, listening time for all you sports fans. Another session of close-ups from the world of sports. With your favorite close-uppers, Bill Brandt, Ed Thorgerson, and Sam Bolton. To start things off, let's listen to a familiar voice with a story fresh from the baseball park. It's Sam Bolter spinning another one for the book.
Absenteeism was not invented in an aircraft factory. It has happened on many an occasion in baseball. In August 1934 at Sacramento, California, a Sacramento hurler felt this very strongly. The first Portland man up in the fourth inning hit a fly to right field, whereupon it was discovered, rather belatedly, that absenteeism had reared its ugly head. There was no fielder there. Sacramento's right fielder, Frenchy Bordegaray, had neglected to take his accustomed position at the start of the inning. The ball dropped for a double, and it so unnerved the pitcher that he was batted from the box in that inning. Which brings us to the strange story of the absent batsman, the case of the guy who drew a base on balls while sitting on the bench. Impossible? No, it happened to Joe Donovan, first baseman for Springfield in 1929. Opposing Springfield that afternoon was Clyde Hatter of Dayton. Clyde is the same wild young man whose control has been notoriously like Tojo's scruples, hard to find. You may know him better as the Mad Hatter, one-time Louisville twirler and Detroit Tiger rookie. Hatter's first pitch to Donovan was right by the batter's knuckles. In fact, he said the ball had nicked him. The umpire insisted it had nicked the bat. Joe Dunn, the Springfield manager and one of baseball's best moaners, joined in the argument. Donovan howled and moaned in protest. He offered his hand as proof that he'd been hit. But the umpire was firm. "Play ball," he said. "Play ball." "No," said Donovan, "I'm injured." And he walked to the bench and made a great show of laboriously going about the business of taping his hand. "Play ball," said the umpire again. Donovan continued the taping. Finally, the umpire motioned to Hatter to go ahead and pitch. Hatter was a little uncertain about it all, but the umpire was insistent. Finally, Hatter wound up and threw the ball to the plate. There was nobody up there, but Hatter's pitch was miles too high. "Ball one," said the umpire. Then he looked at Donovan and said, "Get up here." Donovan said no, he was in no condition to bat. He'd been hit. Hatter threw another one, almost into the dirt, ball two. The umpire now looked a little pleadingly at Donovan. Donovan shook his head, nothing doing. The umpire motioned to Hatter. Here came the pitch. Ball three, and then it was ball four. Venom in his eyes, the umpire looked over at Donovan and told him to take his base. He had just been walked. Walked while sitting on the bench. And so Donovan ambled to first from his position in the dugout, the first and only man in the history of baseball ever to draw a base on balls while sitting in the dugout. It's one for the book.
That was fine, Sam Bolter. And here's a fellow who must knit in his spare time because he's always got a yarn or two up his sleeve. Ed Thorgerson. Unravel, Ed.
Mr. L.T. Dawson, a listener in Yakima, Washington, asks an interesting question in his letter that arrived the other day. He writes, "Every once in a while I hear you talk about somebody throwing a screwball. Now, you have particularly mentioned Carl Hubble. Well, tell me, is the screwball anything like the fadeaway old Christy Mathewson used to throw?" The answer is yes. Christy Mathewson's fadeaway would be known today as a screwball. In spite of all you may have heard about outshoots and inshoots, outdrops and indrops, most pitchers have only one curved ball. When a right-hander throws it, it breaks away from a right-handed batter and in towards a left-handed batter. When a left-hander throws it, it breaks in toward a right-handed batter and away from a left-handed batter. The screwball is exactly the opposite. It's thrown with a reverse twist of the wrist, which makes it spin in a contrary direction from the orthodox curve. When a right-hander throws a screwball, it breaks in toward a right-handed batter and away from a left-handed batter. And when a left-hander throws it, it breaks away from a right-handed batter and in toward a left-handed batter. You follow me? And in addition, the screwball has a quick dropping action, like a sinker. Speaking of screwballs, when Uncle Frankie Frisch was manager of the St. Louis Cardinal Gas House Gang about 12 years ago, Wild Bill Hallahan was slowing up. His smoke ball had lost a lot of zip. So one day he said to Frisch, "Frankie, what would you say if I started to work on a screwball?" Well, Frankie threw up his hands. "Don't, Bill, please don't," he pleaded. "With Pepper Martin and Dizzy Dean on this club, well, I got all the screwballs I can handle now."
I doubt that many of you hunters would call a porcupine a dangerous wild animal. We all know his quills can be painful, but we're also sure he doesn't shoot them, as many people still believe. And the only way he can deal out misery is for some city slicker to attempt to grab him. Yet a porcupine came close to causing some very acute discomfort, if not actual danger, to a young couple from Tacoma, Washington. In the late summer of 1940, Mr. and Mrs. Dick Thompson decided to get away from the salt water for a spell and explore one of the rivers in northern Washington. Their choice was the Methow, and their plans were to go by canoe, if possible, all the way to Slate Creek Pass. That's where the river rises in the Cascades. So they drove to Wenatchee on the Columbia River, where they left the car. With their outboard putt-putting merrily, it didn't take long to ascend the Columbia and turn into the Methow. They passed the little settlement of Twisp and made their last gas purchase at Winthrop. From then on, they were in virgin wilderness, a paradise for two such confirmed fishermen. When the river grew too shallow and rocky for the outboard motor, they left it on a sandy beach that had been their camping place for a night and paddled on. Finally, they could go no farther and reluctantly turned back toward civilization. The next day at noon, they were again on the spot where they'd left their motor. Planning to stay there not more than an hour, they neglected to draw up the canoe and merely tied it by its painter to a tree on the bank. They were hungry and wanted a hot lunch, but their stay 3 nights before had used up all the nearby firewood, so back from the river they went, back into the heavy timber. One thing after another distracted them in their wood gathering. There was a doe that refused to be startled even when they approached it within 50 feet. A pair of chattering squirrels, a set of bear tracks in the soft loam that looked like they might have been made recently. Well, it was an hour before they strolled back to the beach, and there, lo and behold, floating away from the shore was their canoe, its painter neatly cut near the tree to which it was tied. Dick knew there was only one thing to do if they were to get back to Winthrop. The weeds along the shore were too thick for fast travel, so into the river he plunged. The current swept him off his feet, and he was forced to swim for it. The bitter cold of the water soon tied his muscles into a clove hitch. And then, almost a mile downstream from their camping spot, the canoe grounded on a sandbar, and Dick was able to catch up with it and hold on. Slowly and painfully, he paddled back, half frozen, and so tired his arms could barely swing the wooden blade. When he reached his wife, she pointed to something on the bank. It was a fat porcupine, and still dangling from its mouth were a few shreds of hemp. Dick had heard that a porcupine will chew up an axe handle or a gun stock for the traces of salt left on them by perspiration. But he'd overlooked the fact that the painter, after long use on Puget Sound, was impregnated with salt. The little animal's craving had almost set them afoot with no supplies in a trackless wilderness. So Dick hands out this bit of advice. When you're going into porcupine country by water, either drag your boat or canoe onshore or use a chain painter. Dick says the next trip he makes, he's going to use both. On another subject, Fred Corcoran, the Pro Golfers Association tournament manager at Jacksonville, Florida, has some advice for the golfer. Know your sport, says Fred, and how to talk about it. And he reels off this list of golf lingo, which all good golfers should know. A bogey means a score a fair player makes on a given hole, not necessarily 1 over par. If you're 2 over par, that's a buzzard. 1 over par is a bat. That's his new one, a bat. 1 under par, a birdie. 2 under, an eagle. 3 under, a double eagle. And, mister, when that dream comes true and your ball sails straight from tee to top and you can that hole in one, that, brother, is a dodo.
Thank you, Ed Thorgerson. We'll be tapping that sleeve another time. But right now we're off to the races with another Bill Brandt special, Once in a Lifetime.
In 1936, the Derby winner came through in Maryland. Assault's Old Man, Bold Venture. In 1938, the winner is the Delaware Maryland horse. The Hope of Maryland lands underneath that blanket of black-eyed Susans, that robe of flowers that means victory in the Preakness. And that's our story now, 1938. The Delaware Maryland horse that comes home from the Derby a loser, and here he is at the Preakness, the hope of the home crowd. In 1938, Foxcatcher sent Dauber to the Derby, the son of Pennant and Ship of War. The boys didn't give Dauber much chance in the Derby. The Derby favorite is Fighting Fox, and Lauren is there, too. Herb Wolf's Lauren with Eddie Arcaro up. But when the Derby field comes under that wire, Dauber from Foxcatcher is crowding right up close. The winner is Lauren. This is number 1 for Eddie Arcaro. Arcaro's first win at Churchill Downs. Second by a length, Dauber. So now we move from Kentucky to Maryland. Here at the Preakness, they're going to the post. No Lauren. Lauren's not running today. But here's the Derby favorite, Fighting Fox, and most of the Derby field. Me Now, Sun Egret, Cravat, Can't Wait, Bull Lee, Bull Whip, Hypocrite, a great field. The 14th of May, the merry month of May. Springtime and roses. But look, right here now today in Baltimore, it's raining cats and dogs and little red wagons, raining all over Maryland, but especially at Pimlico. That post parade looks like a march of the wooden soldiers. Every step the horses take, they're up to their fetlocks in slimy mire. The boys in the press box snarl and make faces. They pound their typewriters. It's the worst weather in Preakness history. Some say the worst mud ever seen anywhere. But the Maryland home rooters laugh out loud because it's a Maryland tradition, that mud. Maryland horses love it. They laugh at it. They eat it a while, then they get tired eating, and they go out in front and kick it in other horses' faces. Now they're lined up. The rainstorm hits a new high. You can hardly see the horses through that solid curtain of water. They're off, and here they come. 9 horses, all the same color, mud brown. 9 sets of racing silks, all merging into dead gray almost before they get to the grandstand. Here they go past the stand. Fighting Fox on top. Me now right with him. I'll take the Fox. Fighting Fox got a bad break in the Derby, but he's the solid horse here today, and they'll never catch him now. He's out in front. Where's Dauber, the hope of Maryland? Oh, golly, look at him. Yes, going around the first turn, there's 2 horses way back, chasing all the rest of them, Dauber and Cravat. Dauber is 2 steps ahead of Cravat. There's nothing in back of Cravat but hoof prints. Licked, says the guy in back of us. Maryland, my eye. There's mud in his mouth, and he'll be full of it all the way round. A full meal of Maryland mud, and that's all he'll get today. And the guy in front of us turns around and yells, "Hey, I'll bet you right now. How about it? You want to eat some yourself? Listen, brother, I was down to the barn this morning, rain slamming down on the roof, and Dauber inside there laughing fit to bust. Just keep your eye on Dauber, brother." Out along the back stretch, all you can see is a solid clump of horses moving along all together. Well, Dauber closed the gap anywhere. He's somewhere in that pack, and that's all you can see in the rain until they hit the top of the stretch. Now it's me now by a length, Fighting Fox, Sun Egret. Look, there's 2 horses moving up. Dauber? Yep, Dauber. And who's tagging along with him stride by stride? Why, it's Cravat, Johnny Westrope up. Say, Johnny must have picked Dauber as a good pacer. And now Maurice Peters, riding Dauber, begins to ride in earnest. Fighting Fox and Sun Egret look like a couple of weary travelers, practically standing still. Dauber and Cravat breeze right past. Now they go past me now. Why, this is a 2-horse race, the 2 that were last the first time around. Come on, Westrope. And Westrope piles it on. Everything he's got, but that stretch drive is too much. Dauber's running as if it's dry land. The crowd is screaming, "Dauber! The winner, Dauber!" How far? Wait till Cravat gets here. Oh, it's about 7 lengths. Yes, the Delaware Maryland mutter is in by 7 lengths, and the rain pours harder and harder, and the black-eyed Susans are weeping with joy. May 14th, 1938, the Preakness, when it's mud at Pimlico and the local hope moves from last to first in a roaring rush, first by 7 lengths. That's all it takes to make a Maryland once in a lifetime.
Well, that horsey yarn just about does it for today. But if you want more of the same by America's 8 sports commentators, watch for the AFRS Sports Reel. We'll return soon. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.